Oh. All right, we're live. And it's not. There we go. Or not. There we go. Hopefully everyone's having a good week. So this live stream, we're going to go over CES 2026. I didn't want to go over it because it's pretty pathetic in my opinion, but we're going to go over CES 2026, and we're going to go over some other things as well. How's it going, Squeeze? Yeah, I figured I'd change it up a bit. Been doing the long hair and hat for 2 years now, so I'm gonna go back to my regular style. No hat, shorter hair. Ooh, the coffee is good. Just gonna wait for some people before we start on the CES 2026. First one we're gonna do is NVIDIA. It's pretty short. Pretty short. Oh yeah. Yo, how's it going, guy? It's going, man. It's going. It's going all right, I guess. Can't complain. No, it's good. Um, get any more benchmarking done or no? Nice, nice. How's that going? And dang, that's a pretty good 14600 KF. P cores are really good on that. What can you do on the E cores though? One core, yeah. Voltage. What's the voltage? Even still, it's still a pretty good 14600 KF. Especially at the temperature you're probably at. You have probably a pretty good chip. It would probably do really well on chilled water, or even colder. Nice, good job, Squeeze. What voltage you at though for 6.2? 1.4, I'm gonna guess. If it's higher, then don't run that too long. Yep, that's fine. You can do ring at 5 gigahertz too. Ah, ha, ha, ha. What a good guess. That's not a bad CPU you have then. That's a pretty good 14600 KF. Yeah, you can run your ring at 5 gigahertz. Just don't go past 5 gigahertz. Can you run 5 gigahertz at the same voltage though? Like not going higher than whatever you're at right now, or no? Because if you have to raise the voltage to get the ring at 5 gigahertz, then don't do it. Just try not to go past 5 gigahertz. You can, it's just not great for the CPU. It sounds like something's wrong with your CPU, Squeeze. How's it going, man? It's going good. How about you, man? Yeah, you can do 5 gigahertz, as long as you can keep the voltage low. Remember, your ring, your P core, and E core are all going to be at the exact same voltage that you have it set. If you have to raise the actual voltage to get the ring frequency at 5 gigahertz, there's no really need to do that. There's no need to keep increasing the voltage just to get that ring frequency. It will help your scores though. Ooh, yeah, migraines are never good. I've only had a headache once in my life. Yeah, so degrading is a tough topic for the degradation. It's a hard one to for some people to notice as well because of the way how I don't know if you're using DDR. I'm pretty sure you're using DDR5, right? Because it could also be your motherboard or RAM causing issues as well because you're at a higher frequency. It's stressing the RAM out more. There's a lot that goes in for the degradation. Yeah, I remember that. I remember. You're hoping that wasn't effed. I just told you a few things that you can try out to make sure, but seems like it's all right. It's doing good. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you on that. I know a few people in my family get headaches, but I don't get headaches at all. I've only had a headache once in my life, and that's when I had COVID. That's when I got COVID, and that destroyed me for like 2 weeks. But I only had a headache for like one night. Brutal. Brutal. DDR4? Okay, well, yeah. You you're gonna want to do like Super Pi and stuff like that with DDR4. If you can get good timings and decent frequency with good timings, DDR4 is really good. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah. That you don't. Yeah, you only want to do 2 DIMMs. Yeah, you should be able to do 1T. Command rate 1. 1T. Just CR1. Just put CR1. Command rate 1. Um, what frequency you at, and what's your like primaries? What's your cast latency at least? If you can get CL14, 3600 or 4000 working, that's really good. Like CL14, CL15. Anything past that's not great. And don't be afraid to use like 1.6 volts. It's not that bad. As I was able to do, how's it going, Jimmy? I was able to do on my Samsung B dies for DDR4. Oh, thank you, thank you. I figure I decided to change some things up. Yeah, yeah, I feel a lot better. Feel a lot lighter too. Holy, 10 months and haven't cut my hair. Not as long as the last time I cut it, but needed 1.4 volts. Definitely not Samsung B dies. All right. Yeah, I don't know if you remember. I don't know if you were there when I had my long hair. My hair was like past my shoulders. Yeah. Yeah, that's how long. My hair grows really fast too. So I cut my hair to like half inch. Within next month, it'll be like 2 inches long. Nope. Freshen it up. The website. There's multiple websites. Super. There's multiple websites you can go to. There's some that do like DDR2, 3, and 4. I don't think it has 5 on it yet though. And there's a couple that do 3, 4, and then I think only 1 or 2 only has DDR5. There's not many ICs for DDR5 though. Like, because it's still fairly new, and there's not a whole lot of processing for new stuff for it. So there's not much for DDR5, and there's specific ICs that most people want or gonna have anyway. So yeah, I heard it bricked a few people's, and it bricked like basically everyone's Steam Deck. Was it Steam Deck or one of those things as well? One of those handhelds. I'm pretty sure like it broke like a lot of them. Wow. So you have to, yeah, CSA, you have to reinstall. Yep, that's brutal. That's brutal. And that's the thing. That's not the first time something like that has happened. That is not the first time. I'm only currently on Windows 10. I'm on Windows 10 still. Helps me do benchmarking stuff like that for when I do my overclocking. Plus, there are still a lot of people on Windows 10 as well. Yeah, that's brutal. That's brutal. Really? You didn't even get the game, man. I can usually reinstall Windows and download everything within like 30 minutes. Heck, I had a live stream where I reset my whole PC, downloaded like everything I needed for streaming and a couple of games, all within 30 minutes. People are like, "Really? You reset your PC already?" Yeah, and downloaded everything I needed to do. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Well, at least you got a new job. Yeah, I know. I used to have a job like that. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, long. The drives is what sucks. The drive. Then I had a job where it was a 4 hour drive, but that was every other week. I got to be home for 2 days every other week. 12-hour shifts. Monday to Saturday. 12-hour shifts. Every other week I got to go home for 2 days. But yeah, but when the money pays and you got those long hours, when the money's there, man. All food paid for, brand new bed paid for, house bought for us. It was it was decent. Yeah, Windows 11 is new. Well, not new, but there's a lot of updates and stuff that have issues. Yeah, that would give you some good points. Yeah, they might be doing like updates on the to do Windows 11 like right now. That could be similar or basically the same as 26H1. So it was like a quick launch before they actually did that. They do that. You would have placed better there, if you had at least 2 cores going. 2 cores for both of those tests, at least 2 cores. 3 cores is generally going to help you a bit more, depending on your operating system, though, but 2 cores at least. Yeah, so security updates are a bit more complex than what you might think. Yep, yep. Security updates are very complex, as in like it has to have like all the way down to basically like kernel level. It has to be secure with your CPU. It has to be secure with like everything, every kind of platform, like every your motherboard, your RAM, GPU, whatever is in your system as well. So there's a lot that goes in with that security update. Still get security update. That's good. Yeah, it's not nothing new, that's for sure there, Jimmy. That's nothing new, man. Yeah, that's it's Windows have bricked a lot of people's PCs over the years. The C drive was shown completely empty. That's an odd one. All right, should we get going on the CES 2026? Again, this is the NVIDIA side, fairly short. I am not too pleased with the CES 2026. That's why I have not been talking about it. Yeah, yeah, they would be, and that's the thing. It's happened over the years too. It's happened over the years. I've actually gotten a PC for like 20 bucks because the person didn't know. Actually, I got the PC for 20 bucks, a computer desk that went along with it as well. Actually, it was a really nice computer desk too. Really nice. And I turned it on, put on my own operating system onto it, and it worked just fine. Person said it didn't work. Yo, how's it going? It's going pretty good, man. It's going pretty good. Yep, they ruined some NVMe drives, some of the Phison chips, bricked them or destroyed them. I'm not sure if it would have been on Pro or Home only. A lot of the updates on Home are on Pro. Pro just has different kind of workarounds. Yeah, maybe. Maybe Super. Yep. Could have been bugging. Yep. Oh, life is life, I guess. It's going. It's going. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, exactly, Jimmy. I'm pretty sure that's exactly how it works for that. It's just added on. features that Pro has. Yeah, life be lifing. Nope, I have still not found anything. Still have not found anything. It's, like I said, it's going. It's going. I didn't say it was going great. It's going. Alright, let's get going on to this. I'm not sure how loud this is going to be.
Hello, Las Vegas! Today we're announcing Alpha Mayo, the world's first thinking, reasoning,
Did I dye my hair? No. I don't dye my hair. Oh, buddy. It's a short video. It's supposed to... Okay, CES, by the way. If no one knows. Consumer Electronic Show. Consumer. Remember the words I'm using. CES stands for Consumer Electronic Show. No? No, I haven't dyed my hair since I was younger. I dyed my hair more or less for doing like crazy hairs and stuff like that. No.
autonomous vehicle AI. Alpha Mayo is trained end to end, literally from camera in to actuation out. The camera in, lots and lots of miles that are driven by itself, where human drive it, using human demonstration. And we have lots and lots of miles that are generated by Cosmos. In addition to that, hundreds of thousands of examples are labeled very, very carefully so that we could teach the car how to drive. Alpha Mayo does something that's really special. Not only does it take sensor input and activates steering wheel, brakes, and acceleration, it also reasons about what action it is about to take. It tells you what action it's going to take, the reasons by which it came about that action, and then, of course, the trajectory. All of these are coupled directly and trained very specifically by a large combination of human-trained and as well as Cosmos-generated data. And so, but every single car will have autonomous vehicle capability. Every single car will be AI-powered. And so the...
Okay, are we listening to this? Are we listening to this? We're talking about cars. This is basically for car manufacturers is what he's talking about. This is not for consumers, all right? We're talking about something for cars, for car manufacturers right now. So basically, he's just presenting something that a car manufacturer will be using and trying to make it sound like it's better than what it is, really. Because it's been around for a while. It's just NVIDIA.
The model layer, in this case, is Alpha Mayo, and the application above that is the Mercedes-Benz. Okay? And so this...
Okay, Mercedes-Benz, okay? So Mercedes, if I don't know if people follow or have gone to my live streams before, I've talked about this last year, like a year and a half ago, and that they've been using this for like 5 years now, and this is nothing new. It's just a different name, and it's all AI, even though it was AI before. Nothing effing new. Nothing new. Nothing. And Mercedes was a big investor into NVIDIA and for this AI, right? So nothing new, okay? This is nothing new whatsoever.
Entire stack is our first NVIDIA first entire stack endeavor. And we've been working on it for this entire time, and I'm just so happy that the first AV car from NVIDIA is going to be on the road in Q1, and then it goes Europe in Q2, here in the United States in Q1, then Europe in Q2, and I think it's Asia in Q3 and Q4. And the powerful thing is that we're going to keep on updating it with next versions of Alpha Mayo and versions after that. This car just got rated. It just went to production. The Mercedes-Benz CLA was just rated by NCAP, the world's safest car. It is the only system that I know that has every single line of code, the chip, the system, every line of code, safety certified.
I watched actually a video there, someone talking about their Ford Focus, all right, their Ford Focus, and they're hitting the pedal and they're sitting inside. He goes, "I just love the sound of this car." Yeah, fake sound. Like, just love the sound. It sounds so good. Yeah, through the speakers, I guess. And they will keep canceling older features, unlocking certain features, adding switching costs to previously free features once enough people are using. Yep, that's basically how it goes, Jimmy. Yeah. With Rumble feature, yeah. Like, come on. Yeah, this is nothing new. This is nothing new. The car. So he's saying new, and it just went into production because it is their new lineup or their new model of a car. But they've already done all this. They've already done all of this in the past. Okay, this has already been done. This is nothing new. It's a new name and it's a new car model, a new name for the AI that they're using. That's it.
The entire model system is based on sensors are diverse and redundant, and so is the self-driving car stack. The Alpha Mayo stack is trained end-to-end and has incredible skills. However, nobody knows until you drive it forever that it's going to be perfectly safe. And so the way we guardrail that is with another software stack, an entire AV stack underneath. That entire AV stack is built to be fully traceable. And it's taken us some 5 years to build that, some 6, 7 years, actually.
Now, that part there, when you're saying 6, 7 years to do that, to make it traceable, right? That traceable part is, it's like basically a, if you know what they call red boxes or black boxes in like airplanes, how they hold all of the communication data and, you know, all the data for what they've done in the plane, like steering wise, the throttle, all the levers and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure it's a black box, right? I'm pretty sure that's what they're called. That there's what they talked about before too, and how it's very challenging to do something like that with AI, and the AI literally has to tell it what, or log, it has to log its what it's done, what its thoughts were, and how it went about and actually did what it was going to do or did, and it has to log all that. So that probably did take quite a bit to do, but it's very basic. It's literally just like a black box. It's just implementing AI to be fast enough, as in probably coding it a certain way, having certain processors or encoders or some sort of accelerator of some sort to do it as quickly as what that needs to be done, or what they wanted to do is the hard part, and that's why it took them so long. And that's why that part is pretty cool, but also nothing new.
To build that second stack. These two software stacks are mirroring each other, and then we have a policy and safety evaluator decide, is this something that I'm very confident and can reason about driving very safely? If so, I'm going to have Alpha Mayo do it. If it's a circumstance that I'm not very confident in, and the safety policy evaluator decide that we're going to go back to a simpler, safer guardrail system, then it goes back to the classical AV stack. We're the only car in the world with both of these AV stacks running, and all safety systems should have diversity and redundancy. Hurry up. I got a lot of stuff to cover. Come on, hurry. Did you tell R2-D2 you're going to be here?
No new chips, no new anything for consumers, but we made these fucking things.
Did you? And C3PO? And today we're announcing that Siemens is also doing the same thing. We're going to integrate CUDA-X, physical AI, agentic AI, Nemo, Nemotron, deeply integrated into the world of Siemens. And the reason for that is this. First, we designed the chips, and all of it in the future will be accelerated by NVIDIA. You're going to be very happy about that. We're going to have agentic chip designers and system designers working with us, helping us do design, just as we have agentic software engineers helping our software engineers code today. And so we'll have agentic chip designers and system designers. We're going to create you inside this. But then we have to build you. We have to build the plants, the factories that manufacture you. We have to design the manufacturing lines that assemble all of you. And these manufacturing plants are going to be essentially gigantic robots. Incredible, isn't that right? I know. And so Vera Rubin is the person that we named our next computer after. Isn't that a good idea? I know. Okay, Vera Rubin is designed to address this fundamental challenge that we have. The amount of computation necessary for AI is skyrocketing. And if Vera Rubin is going to be in time for this year, it must be in production by now. And so today, I can tell you that Vera Rubin is in full production. This is a Rubin pod, 1,152 GPUs in 16 racks. Each one of the racks.
Well, there's where all the GPUs went. Maybe not those ones, but they probably are powered by AI. To make them stand, right? You gotta add on something to make sure that they can walk and whatnot. But yeah, there's where all the GPUs went. NVIDIA, instead of, helping out the market for actual consumers, even though, this is a fucking consumer event. No, they're putting all their GPUs into something so that way they can make these little fucking robots.
As you know, has 72 Vera Rubin, or 72 Rubins. Each one of the Rubins is 2 actual GPU dies connected together. I'm going to show it to you. The Vera CPU, I'm so proud of it. In a power-constrained world, Grace CPU is 2 times the performance. In a power-constrained world, it's twice the performance per watt of the world's most advanced CPUs. Its data rate is insane. It was designed to process supercomputers. And Vera was an incredible GPU. Grace was an incredible GPU. Now Vera increases the single-threaded performance, increases the capacity of the memory, increases everything just dramatically. It's a giant chip. This is the Vera CPU. This is one CPU. And this is connected to the Rubin GPU. Look at that thing. It's a giant chip.
Really is giant. Look at the size of that. All glued, tile based. Again, everything's tile based. Can't do it in one shot. I hear you there, Go. I hear you. Same here. Just wild. Wonder how much each one of those chips cost. the GPU and the CPU. Just massive.
It's a giant chip. We now have a new processor called BlueField-4. BlueField-4 allows us to take a very large data center, isolate different parts of it so that different users could use different parts of it, make sure that everything could be virtualized if they decide to be virtualized. So you offload a lot of the virtualization software, the security software, the networking software for your north-south traffic. And so BlueField-4 comes standard with every single one of these compute nodes. We decided that we would create an industry standard system so that the entire ecosystem, all of our supply chain, could standardize on these components. There are some 80,000 different components that make up these MGX systems, and it's a total waste if we were to change it every single year. Every single major computer company, from Foxconn to Quanta to Wistron, the list goes on and on and on, to HP and Dell and Lenovo, everybody knows how to build these systems. And so the fact that we could squeeze Vera Rubin into this, even though the performance is so much higher, and very importantly, the power is twice as high. The power of Vera Rubin is twice as high as Grace Blackwell. And yet, and this is the miracle, the air that goes into it, the air flow is about the same. And very importantly, the water that goes into it is the same temperature, 45 degrees C. With 45 degrees C, no water chillers are necessary for data centers. We're basically cooling this supercomputer with hot water. This is the world's first manufacturing chip using TSMC's.
Now that's pretty cool how, they don't have to chill the water before it goes in. Could be just due to the fact of the size of the actual chip itself, like the actual surface area, or just the way they redesigned, kind of like what Intel did with like the all-around gates and stuff like that. Like it could actually be, that could be fairly new. Or they just redesigned how to actually cool the chips. That's actually pretty cool. Because cooling, even though he said like twice the power, they're not having to chill the water beforehand, which saves a lot of money for data centers. But then if you already got a lot of these data centers that have already been made and stuff like that for this and just want to upgrade, having that chilled water and that's just a waste of money, technically.
New process that we co-innovated called COOP. It's a integrated silicon photonics process technology. And this allows us to take silicon photonics directly right to the chip. And
I don't know if you noticed that, but that chip is very not flat at all. You can see the light on it, it's curved, as he especially shines it around more in the center too, is more curved. And that's the one thing about tile based, it's not great. Not great.
This is 512 ports at 200 gigabits per second.
Over 175 years.
Now, this could be the AMD side. It's quite a bit longer. It is a lot longer. That's it. That was it for NVIDIA, by the way. That was it. That was NVIDIA CES 2026. Not much. They didn't really have much. Nope. They were not acknowledged at all. And that was NVIDIA's side. Now wait till AMD as well. Now, after AMD, we'll be doing Intel as well. And guess what? Intel is probably the only one that cared about the consumers. Probably the only one. Just saying.
At CES 2026, innovators from every corner of the globe show up to the most powerful tech event in the world. We'll rally together, imagining what's next, and we'll make it real, solving the greatest challenges facing our world, and proving that technology isn't just moving us forward, it's creating new possibilities. Here, AI isn't an idea, it's intelligence in motion. The innovators, the storytellers, and the game changers come together to redefine the landscape of content, creativity, and culture. Pioneers will push healthcare beyond what we ever thought possible. From connected roads to autonomous flight, from next-gen marine tech to innovations that feed the planet, this is what drives us forward. In the halls of CES, technology doesn't just compute, it collaborates. Quantum thinkers, cybersecurity leaders, fintech visionaries, and robotics engineers are rewriting the rules of enterprise itself. Because when the world's most determined minds come together, we don't just predict the future, we build it. This is where bold ideas meet a global force, where industries converge, partnerships ignite, and breakthroughs take center stage. Innovation isn't a solo act, it's a shared pursuit. CES 2026. Innovators show up.
CEO of the Consumer Technology Association, Gary Shapiro.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Welcome.
All right, what an audience. How are you guys doing tonight? That sounds wonderful. First of all, thank you, Gary, and welcome to everyone here in Las Vegas and joining us online. It's great to be here with all of you to kick off CES 2026. And I have to say, every year, I love coming to CES to see all the latest and greatest tech and catch up with so many friends and partners. But this year, I'm especially honored to be here with all of you to open CES. Now, we have a completely packed show for you tonight, and it will come as no surprise that tonight is all about AI. Although the rate and pace of AI innovation...
You heard that, right? Yeah, but they wouldn't even be close to NVIDIA, AMD, or Intel. They wouldn't even be close. It's not even government contacts there, Vet. It's just massive corps investing. All right? It's not even the government. There is real no competitor for GPU or CPUs. There really isn't. But you heard that, right? I mean, I'll bring it back a little bit. Surprise tonight is all about AI. Right there. Wow. Hooray!
that tonight is all about AI. Although the rate and pace of AI innovation has been incredible over the last few years, my theme for tonight is you ain't seen nothing yet. We are just starting to realize the power of AI. And tonight, I'm going to show you a number of examples of where we're headed. And I'll be joined by some of the leading experts in the world, from industry giants to breakthrough startups. And together, we are working to bring AI everywhere and for everyone. So let's get started. At AMD, our mission is to push the boundaries of high performance and AI computing to help solve the world's most important challenges. Today, I'm incredibly proud to say that AMD technology touches the lives of billions.
Important, okay? Remember, important part.
Billions of people every day. From the largest cloud data centers to the world's fastest supercomputers to 5G networks, transportation, and gaming, every one of these areas is being transformed by AI. AI is the most important technology of the last 50 years, and I can say it's absolutely our #1 priority at AMD. It's already touching every major industry, whether you're going to talk about healthcare or science or manufacturing or commerce. And we're just scratching the surface. AI is going to be everywhere over the next few years. And most importantly, AI is for everyone. It makes us smarter. It makes us more capable. It enables each one of us to be a more productive version of ourselves. And at AMD, we're building the compute foundation to make that future real for every company and for every person. Now, since the launch of ChatGPT a few years ago, I'm sure we all remember the first time we tried it. We've gone from 1 million people using AI to now more than 1 billion active users. This is just an incredible ramp. It took the internet decades to reach that same milestone. Now, what we are projecting is even more amazing. We see the adoption of AI growing to over 5 billion active users as AI truly becomes indispensable to every part of our lives, just like the cell phone and the internet of today. Now, the foundation of AI is compute. With all of that user growth, we have seen a huge surge in demand in the global compute infrastructure, growing from about 1 zettaflop in 2022 to more than 100 zettaflops in 2025. Now, that sounds big. That's actually 100 times in just a few years. But what you're going to hear tonight from everyone is we don't have nearly enough compute for everything that we can possibly do. We have incredible innovation happening. Models are becoming much more capable. They're thinking and reasoning. They're making better decisions. And that goes even further when we extend that to agents overall. So to enable AI everywhere, we need to increase the world's compute capacity another 100 times over the next few years to more than 10 yottaflops over the next 5 years. Now, let me take a survey. How many of you know?
Yeah, basically. Yep. That's a lot, though. It's a lot of computing. Yep. The thing is, like, this is not consumer. This is not for consumer. Consumers are using what they're talking about, yes. This is not for consumers. Yoda faps? 10 plus.
What a yottaflop is. Raise your hand, please. A yottaflop is a 1 followed by 24 zeros. So 10 yottaflops is 10,000 times more compute than we had in 2022. There's just never, ever been anything like this in the history of computing. And that's really because there's never been a technology like AI. Now, to enable this, you need AI in every compute platform. So what we're going to talk about tonight is the whole gamut. We're going to talk about the cloud, where it runs continuously, delivering intelligence globally. We're going to talk about PCs, where it helps us work smarter and personalize every experience that we have. And we're going to talk about the edge, where it powers machines that can make real-time decisions in the real world. AMD is the only company that has the full range of compute engines to make this vision a reality. You really need...
The only company, okay? The only company, apparently. AMD is the only company, apparently. She has the best T-moves.
need to have the right compute for each workload. And that means GPUs, that means CPUs, that means NPUs, that means custom accelerators. We have them all. And each of them can be tuned for the application to give you the best performance as well as the most cost-effective solution. So tonight, we're going to go on a journey. So you're going to go with me through several chapters as we showcase the latest AI innovations across cloud, PCs, healthcare, and much more. So let's go ahead and start with the first chapter, which is the cloud. The cloud is really where the largest models are trained and where intelligence is delivered to billions of users in real time. For developers, the cloud gives them instant access to massive compute, the latest tools, and the ability to deploy and scale as use cases take off. The cloud is also where most of us experience AI today. So whether you're using ChatGPT or Gemini or Grok, or you're coding with copilots, all of these powerful models are running in the cloud. Now, today, AMD is powering AI at every level of the cloud. Every major cloud provider runs on AMD EPYC CPUs. And 8 of the top 10 AI companies use Instinct accelerators to power their most advanced models. And the demand for more compute is just continuing to go up. Let me just show you a few graphs. Over the past decade, the compute needed to train the leading AI models has increased more than 4 times every year, and that trend is just continuing. That's how we're getting today's models that are dramatically smarter and more useful. At the same time, as more people are using AI, we've seen an explosion over the last 2 years of inference, growing the number of tokens 100 times, really hitting an inflection point. You can just see how much that inference is really taking off. And to keep up with this compute demand, you really need the entire ecosystem to come together. So what we like to say is the real challenge is how do we put AI infrastructure at YATA scale? And that requires more than just raw performance. It starts with leadership compute, CPUs, GPUs, networking coming together. It takes an open modular rack design that can evolve over product generations. It requires high-speed networking to connect thousands of accelerators into a single unified system. And it has to be really easy to deploy. So we want full turnkey solutions. That's exactly why we built Helios, our next generation rack scale platform for the YATA scale AI era. Helios requires innovation at every single level: hardware, software, and systems. It starts with our engineering teams, who designed our next generation Instinct MI455 accelerators to deliver the largest generational performance increase we've ever achieved. MI455 GPUs are built using leading-edge 2-nanometer and 3-nanometer process technologies and advanced 3D chiplet packaging with ultra-fast, high-bandwidth HBM4 memory. This is integrated into a compute tray with our EPYC CPUs and Pensando networking chips to create a tightly integrated platform. Each tray is then connected with high-speed ultra-accelerator link protocol tunneled over Ethernet, which enables the 72 GPUs in the rack to function as a single compute unit. And then from there, we connect thousands of Helios racks to build powerful AI clusters using industry-standard Ultra Ethernet NICs and Pensando programmable DPUs that can accelerate AI performance even more by offloading some of the tasks from the GPUs. Now, we are at CES. It is a little bit about show and tell. So I am proud to show you Helios right here in Vegas, the world's best AI rack.
For consumers.
Is that beautiful or what? Now, for those of you who have not seen a rack before,
Yeah, Jensen definitely has a bigger rack. But apparently you could connect 1,000 of these together, which is good. But this is not for consumers. This is for corporations. Gary, how's it going, Gary?
let me tell you, Helios is a monster of a rack. This is no regular rack, okay? This is a double-wide design based on the OCP.
Did she say double wide or double D?
Open Rack Wide standard developed in collaboration with Meta, and it weighs nearly 7,000 pounds. So, Gary, it took us a bit to get it up here, just so you know. But we wanted to show you what is really powering all of this AI. It is actually more than 2 compact cars. Now, the way we've designed Helios was really working closely with our lead customers.
7,000 pounds. That's a lot of copper,
so that we could optimize serviceability, manufacturability, and reliability for next generation.
One of those units is probably like, we're talking like 10,000 plus watts, 20,000 watts per unit, probably. Per unit. There's a lot of GPUs and probably a few CPUs in each. A lot of power. A lot of power.
AI data centers. Now, let me show you a few other things. At the center of Helios is the compute tray. So let's take a closer look at what one of those trays look like. Now, I can tell you, I probably cannot lift this compute tray, so it had to come out. But let me just describe it a little bit. Each Helios compute tray includes 4 MI455 GPUs, and they're paired with the next-gen EPYC Venice CPU.
Okay, so 4 of those. I'm pretty sure each one of those is 600 watts, just for the CPU. Give me 1 sec. Oh, my bad. I'm a little wrong on that one. They're 1,200 watts per CPU, and there's 4 of them, so... yeah. Almost 5,000 watts just for the CPU, and that's just one rack, okay? That's 5,000 watts per rack. That's just... We're not talking about all the RAM, we're just talking about CPU, about 5,000 watts. Yeah, exactly, yeah. No, that was NVIDIA. Cool. I'm not sure if they redesigned anything for AMD. It's still MI, like 400 series. It's nothing new from AMD. It's just a newer architecture that they did to just strictly do specific tasks.
And Pensando networking chips. And all of this is liquid cooled so that we can maximize performance. At the heart of Helios is our next generation Instinct GPUs. And you guys have seen me hold up a lot of chips in my career, but today I can tell you I am genuinely excited to hold up this chip. So let me show you MI455X for the very first time.
And again, if we look, very not flat. Not flat. You see that? You see the light, right? You see the light curving? That shows how not flat it is. It's not one single die, it's tile based, but I mean, you can see how much of a curve that is across what? 4 chips? Not flat. Same thing with NVIDIA, not flat. They're not flat at all. Now, I have to say this. It looks like Sue's chip is bigger than Jensen's.
MI455 is the most advanced chip we've ever built. It's pretty darn big. It has 320 billion transistors, 70% more than MI355. It includes 12 2-nanometer and 3-nanometer compute and I/O chiplets, and 432 gigabytes of ultra-fast HBM4, all connected with our next-gen 3D chip stacking technology. So we put 4 of these into the compute trays up here. And then driving those GPUs is our next-generation EPYC CPU, codenamed Venice. Venice extends our leadership across every dimension that matters in the data center. More performance, better efficiency, and lower total cost of ownership. Now, let me show you Venice for the first time. I have to say, this is another beautiful chip. I do love our chips, so I can say that for sure. Venice is built with 2-nanometer process technology and features up to 256 of our newest high-performance Zen 6 cores. And the key here is we actually designed Venice to be the best AI CPU. We doubled the memory and GPU bandwidth from our prior generation, so Venice can feed MI455 with data at full speed, even at rack scale. So this is really about co-engineering. And we tie it all together with our 800 gig Ethernet Pensando Vulcano and Selena networking chips, delivering ultra-high bandwidth as well as ultra-low latency, so tens of thousands of Helios racks can scale across the data center. Now, just to give you a little bit of the scale of what this means, that means that each Helios rack has more than 18,000 CDNA 5 GPU compute units and more than 4,600 Zen 6 CPU cores, delivering up to 2.9 exaflops of performance. Each rack also includes 31 terabytes of HBM4 memory, an industry-leading 260 terabytes per second of scale-up bandwidth, and 43 terabytes.
Okay, that's pretty impressive, though. That's actually pretty wild. Oh, I'm pretty sure they have more.
To 2.9 exaflops of performance. Each rack also includes...
That's just per rack, right? 31 terabytes per rack. Per rack. That's just that. Like that's insane. And they're saying that you can link, well, I don't know, she said there are 10,000. I don't know if that's true or not. That's a lot. That's insane. Yeah, and the HBM is really good. It was kind of terrible on older GPUs, but the HBM memory is good, especially Micron's new HBM 12 stack. Holy crap. It's insane. Yep. Absolutely wild.
31 terabytes of HBM4 memory, an industry-leading 260 terabytes per second of scale-up bandwidth, and 43 terabytes per second of aggregate scale-out bandwidth to move data in
43 terabytes per second.
and out incredibly fast. Suffice it to say, those numbers are big. When we launch Helios later this year, and I'm happy to say Helios is exactly on track to launch later this year, we expect it will set the new benchmark for AI performance. And to put this performance in context, just over 6 months ago, we launched MI355, and we delivered up to 3x more inference throughput versus the prior generation. And now with MI455, we're bending that curve further, delivering up to 10 times more performance across a wide range of models and workloads. That is game-changing. MI455 allows developers to build larger models, more capable agents, and more powerful applications.
This is what I don't get about the CES. Like, this is for consumers, but then they're just talking about developers, data centers, and other things like that. Like, this is what has this come to? What has this actually come to? I used to enjoy watching CES. Now it's just nothing but, oh, look at this, look at this. Oh, this is not for you. You can't even afford the CPU. You can't even afford the RAM in it. Yeah. Learning, right? It's learning. I've never even heard of him use AI. Not until recently. Yeah. There's a lot of it is. A lot of it is. A lot of it is just terrible. Garbage. But they gotta deploy it to make it smarter. So that way one day it can take over the world. 1 in 5 chance that it will. Apparently.
And no one is pushing faster and further in each one of these areas than OpenAI. To talk about where AI is headed and the work that we're doing together, I'm extremely happy to welcome the president and co-founder of OpenAI, Greg Brockman, to the stage. Greg, it is so great to have you here. Thank you for being here. OpenAI truly started all of this with the release of ChatGPT a few years ago, and the progress you've made is just incredible. We're absolutely thrilled about our deep partnership. Can you just give us a picture of where are things today? What are you seeing, and how are we working together?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thank you for having me. ChatGPT is very much the overnight success that was 7 years in the making. Right, that we started OpenAI back in 2015 with a vision that deep learning could lead to artificial general intelligence, to very...
Oh. Yeah. Straight into the sea. We have to put this, because it's probably trained off of some pretty raunchy stuff. We have to put this big, round, or big, long shaft into something that's wet. The sea!
Powerful systems that could benefit everyone. And we wanted to help to actually realize that technology and bring it to the world and democratize it. And we spent a long time just making progress, where year over year, the benchmarks would look better and better. But the first time we had something that was so useful that many people around the world wanted to use it was ChatGPT. And we were just blown away by the creativity and the ways in which people found how to really leverage the models we had produced in their daily lives. And so just out of curiosity, how many people in the room are ChatGPT users?
That's pretty much the whole room,
Yes,
Greg, I would
thank
just say.
you. I'm glad to hear it. But very importantly, how many of you have had an experience that was very key to your life or the life of a loved one, whether it's in healthcare, in helping manage a newborn, in any other walk of your life? And to me, that's the metric that we want to optimize. And that seeing that number go up and to the right has been something that has been really different
it's,
over 20,
terrible
25,
and also
right? That we really moved from being just a text
better,
box that you ask a question and
yeah,
get an
it's
answer,
still
something
not
very
great.
simple, contained, to people really using it for very personal, very important things in their lives. And it's not just in personal lives for healthcare and aspects like that. It's also in the enterprise, right? And really starting to bring models like Codex to be able to transform software engineering. And I think that this year we're really going to see enterprise agents really take off. We're seeing scientific discovery start to be really accelerated, whether it's developing novel math proofs. The first time we saw that was just a couple months ago, and the progress is continuing. And it's really across every single endeavor of human knowledge work, where there's human intelligence that can be leveraged, right? That you can amplify it. We now have an assistant, right? We now have a tool, we have an advisor that is able to amplify what people want to do.
I completely agree with you, Greg. I think we have seen just an enormous acceleration of what we're using this tech for. Now, I would say, I think every single time I see you, you tell me you need more compute.
It's true. It's true.
It's almost like a broken record. Like you could just, just play the Greg wants more compute. Can you talk about just some of the things that you're seeing in the infrastructure, some of the bottlenecks, and where do you think we should be focusing as an industry?
Well, the why do we need more compute is the most important question, right? Which is really when the models are not that capable, right? And where we were in 2015, 2016, 2017, so forth, is that you basically just wanted to train a model and evaluate it, right? And maybe there'd be a very narrow task it'd be useful for. But as we've made this exponential progress on the models, then there's actually exponential utility to them. People want to bring it into their lives in a very scalable way. And I think that what we're seeing is as we move from you ask a question, you get an answer, to agentic workflows, where you ask the model to write some software for you, and it goes off for minutes or hours or soon even days. And you're not just operating one agent, you're operating a fleet of agents, right? You can have 10 different work streams all going at once on your behalf for a single developer, right? And that it should be the case that you wake up in the morning, and this is the kind of thing we are going to build, by the way, and ChatGPT has taken items off your to-do list at home and at work. And that all of that, that's going to require that, that big graph that you had of how much compute the world's going to need. That's going to require far more compute than we have right now. Like, I would love to have a GPU running in the background for every single person in the world, because I think it can deliver value for them. But that's billions of GPUs. No one has a plan to build that kind of scale. And so what we're really seeing is benefits in people's lives, right? We're seeing, for example, some of my favorite applications, and some of the ones I think are the most important, are in healthcare, right? That we actually see people's lives being saved through ChatGPT. Just over the holidays, one of my coworkers, that her husband had leg pain. They went to the hospital, they went to the ER, and they got it x-rayed, and the doctors are like, it's a pulled muscle, just wait it out, you'll be fine. They went home, it got a little bit worse, typed the symptoms into ChatGPT. ChatGPT said, go back to the ER, this could be a blood clot. And in fact, it was deep vein thrombosis in the leg, in addition to 2 blood clots on the lungs. And if they just waited it out, that would have been likely fatal. It's not a unique story.
Your doctors and healthcare providers are absolute shit. Trust in AI.
Fiji, our CEO of applications, who I work very closely with every day, ChatGPT literally saved her life too, right? She was in the hospital for a kidney stone and had an infection. They're about to inject a antibiotic. And she said, wait just a moment. She asked ChatGPT whether that one was safe for her. ChatGPT, which has all of her medical history, said, no, because you had this other infection 2 years ago, that could re-trigger it, and that could actually be life-threatening as well. And so she showed it to the doctor. The doctor's like, wait, what? You had this condition? I didn't know. I only had 5 minutes to review your medical history.
Yes. I completely agree, Greg. I mean, that's one of the things that we can always, all of us can use a helper.
Yes.
And that's really what we have here. Look, I mean, I think you've painted a vivid picture of why we need more compute, of what we can do with AI. I think we feel exactly the same way. Now, we've also done an incredible amount of work with your engineering teams. MI455 and Helios is actually, a lot of it is through some of the feedback from our engineering teams working closely together. You know, can you talk a little bit about that infrastructure and what are your customers wanting and how are you going to use MI455?
Well, one of the key things with how AI is evolving is thinking about the balance of different resources on the GPU. And so we have a slide to show how we've seen the evolution of this, the balance of resources across different MI generations. So you see this slide that I very painstakingly put together. Actually, I did not painstakingly put it together. I asked ChatGPT to go create the slide. And so it literally did all the research, and you can see some sources at the bottom. And it actually went and read a bunch of different AMD materials, created these charts, put together the title, put together all these headers, and produced not just an answer for me to then go do a bunch of work. It produced an artifact.
No, do it. Please do it. Tell me what it
says. This is just one
says.
simple example that you can do today with ChatGPT, right? That we are moving to a world where you are going to be able to have an agent that does all this work for you. And for that, we're going to need to have hardware that is really tuned to our applications. What we have in mind is that we're moving to a world where human attention, human intent becomes the most precious resource. And so that there should be very low latency interaction anytime a human's involved, but there should be an ocean.
It said I needed to get the heavy flow.
Agentic compute that's constantly running, that's very high throughput. And these two different regimes of low latency and high throughput yield a bunch of different pressures on hardware manufacturers such as yourself. So it's a pleasure to be working together.
We like building GPUs for you. That works well. Look, lastly, Greg, let's talk a little bit about the future. You know, paint a picture. You know, one of the things that we've talked about is there's some people out there who are wondering, you know, is the demand really there? Can AI compute? Like, do we really need all of this AI compute? And I know you and I have talked about it. I think people don't have a view of the future that you see. I mean, you have like a special seat. So paint the world for what this looks like in a few years.
Well, looking backwards, we have been tripling our compute every single year for the past couple of years, and we've also tripled our revenue. And the thing that we find within OpenAI is every time we want to release a new feature, we want to produce a new model, we want to bring this technology to the world, we have a big fight internally over compute, because there are so many things we want to launch and produce for all of you that we simply cannot because we are compute constrained. And I think we're moving to a world where GDP growth will itself be driven by the amount of compute that is available in a particular country, in a particular region. And I think that we're starting to see the first inklings of this. And I think over the next couple of years, we'll see it start to hit in a real way. And I think that AI is something where I think data centers can actually be very beneficial.
I don't know if anyone caught that for a specific region, right? I don't know. I've talked about this before, and how AI kind of works on, depending on location, your region, your age, because it could go off of whether you're male, female, your age, younger, older, whatnot, but specifically region. AI is not the same region to region or location to location. So location matters. And that's where he just said there on the actual region. Like, have you seen the new, I think they call it the Hornet? You should see the Hornet. It's wild.
To local communities. I think that's a really important thing for us to really prove to people, but also the AI technology you produce, that is also something where, in terms of scientific advances, you think about what has been the most fundamental driver of increase of quality of life, right? It really is about science. And every time we've gone into specific domains, you just see how much limitation there is from how things are done, because that's just, there's a particular discipline that's built with a bunch of expertise, there are a small number of experts, and that it's hard for them to propagate that to future generations. For example, in biology, we hooked up GPT-5 to a wet lab setup and had humans described what the wet lab looked like. The model said, here are a couple of ideas to try. The humans would go try it, and it actually produced a 79x, almost 100x fold improvement in the efficiency of a particular protocol. And that's just one particular reaction that people have spent some time actually optimizing, but not like a ton of time, because it's just, there's so much surface area available in biology that no human can possibly get to all of it. No human can be an expert across every single subfield. And I think what we're going to see is AIs that really bridge across disciplines that humanity has been unable to bridge, right? You see this within healthcare, where as humans learn more, we specialize more, but we're going to have AIs that are going to amplify. And so I think it'll be for hard problems that AI will be brought to bear. This will be true for enterprise. Every single application, I think, will have an agent that is accelerating what people want to do. And I think the hardest problem for humanity will be deciding, how do we use the limited resources we have to get the most benefit for everyone?
That is an incredible vision, Greg. We are so excited to be working with you. I think there's no question in the world that we have.
We are so excited to get all of your money.
The power to really change people's lives. Thank you for the partnership, and really look forward to it.
Thank you.
So, as you heard from Greg, compute is key, and MI455 is a game changer. But with the MI400 series, we've designed a full portfolio of solutions for cloud, enterprise, supercomputing, and sovereign AI. At the top is Helios, that's built for the bleeding-edge performance, hyperscale training, and distributed inference at rack scale. For enterprise AI deployments, we have Instinct MI440X GPUs that deliver leadership training and inference performance in a compact 8-GPU server designed for easy use in today's existing data center infrastructure. And for sovereign AI and supercomputing, where extreme accuracy matters the most, we have the MI430X platform that delivers leadership hybrid computing capabilities for both high-precision scientific and AI data types. This is something unique that we at AMD do. Because of our chiplet technology, we can actually have
I have no clue what you're talking about there, Vap.
for the right application.
Wow.
Now, hardware is only part of the story.
Oh, I didn't hear about that.
We believe an open ecosystem is essential to the future of AI. Time and time again, we've seen that innovation actually gets faster when the industry comes together and aligns around an open infrastructure and shared technology standards. And AMD is the only company delivering openness across the full stack. That's hardware,
First
software,
for everything, right?
and the broader solutions ecosystem. Our software strategy starts with ROCm. ROCm is the industry's highest performance open software stack for AI. We have day zero support for the most widely used frameworks, tools, and model hubs. And it's also natively supported by the top open source projects like PyTorch, VLLM, SGLang, Hugging Face, and others that are downloaded more than 100 million times a month and run out of the box on Instinct, making it easier than ever for developers to build, deploy, and scale on AMD. One of the exciting AI companies using AMD and ROCm to power their models is Luma AI. Please join me in welcoming the Luma AI CEO and co-founder Amit Jain to the stage.
Publicized.
Hey, Lisa.
Hello, Amit. How are you? It's great to have you here with us. You're doing some incredible work in video generation and multimodal models. Can you tell us a little bit about Luma and what you're doing?
Absolutely. Lisa, thank you so much for having me here.
Of course.
Luma's mission is to build multimodal general intelligence, so AI can understand our world and help us simulate and improve it. Most AI video and image models today, they're in early stages, and they're used to generate pixels. They're used to produce, pretty pictures. What is needed in the world are more intelligent models that combine audio, video, language, image all together. So at Luma, we are training these systems that simulate physics, causality, are able to go out, do research, call tools, and then finally render out the results in audio, video, image, text, whatever is appropriate for the information that you're trying to work with. In short, we are modeling and generating worlds. So as an example, let me show you some results from our latest model, Ray 3. By the way, Ray 3 is the world's first reasoning video model. So what it means is it actually is able to think first in pixels and latents and decide whether what it's about to generate is good. And it's also the world's first model that can generate in 4K and HDR. So please take a look.
When you close your eyes, what do you see? When we talk about reality, how do you know what is real? Or what is simply your imagination?
It's winter. It's hard to run right now.
Now open your eyes.
I could say, Amit.
Yeah, definitely agree on that.
So tell us, how are customers using Ray 3 today?
So we are working with very large enterprises as well as individual
I'll be
creators
back in a
across the
minute
spectrum.
here.
And we work with them in advertising, media, entertainment, and industries where, you want to tell your story.
Same here, Vep.
2025 was the year when they started to deploy our models and experiment with them. And towards the end of it, we are seeing large-scale deployments where people are using our models for as much as actually making a 90-minute feature-length movie. What customers are also asking us a lot for, as they're using it more and more, is control and precision. How can they get their particular vision out onto the screen? And what we have realized, and through our research, is that control comes from intelligence, not just better prompts. You can't keep typing in again and again and actually do those things. So we have built a whole new model on top of Ray 3 called Ray 3 Modify that allows you to edit the world. So let me show you actually what that looks like. This won't have audio, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you're seeing. So what's playing on the screen is a demo of Ray 3's world editing capabilities. It can take any real or AI footage, so footage from cameras or footage that you generated, and change it as little or as much as you want to realize the creative goals. It's a powerful system that we have developed for our most ambitious customers who are most demanding, and they spread the gamut across entertainment, advertising, and this has allowed us to enable a new era of hybrid human-AI productions. The human becomes the prompt through motion, timing, and direction. You act it out, and then the model can produce it. What that means in practice is that filmmakers and creators can create entire cinematic universes, now without elaborate sets, and then edit and modify anything to get to the result they want. This has never been possible before. But in 2026, we are focused on actually going much further. 2026 will be the year of agents, where AI will be able to help you to accomplish more of the task, or hopefully the full end-to-end of the task, rather than doing some patchwork. So our teams have been working diligently building the world's most powerful multimodal agent models. Using Luma will suddenly feel like you have a large team of capable creatives who are working with you in your creative pursuit. I want to show you a brief demo of what that would feel like. So what you're seeing here is a new multimodal agent that can take a whole script of ideas with characters and everything and start imagining that in front of you. Now, this is not script to movie. This is human-AI interaction. And our next generation of models provide the ability to analyze multiple frames, long-form video, and make selection and maintaining the fidelity of the characters, scenes, and story, and only editing when it's needed. Here you're seeing human and AI collaborate in designing characters, environments, shots, and the whole world. And with our agents, we believe that creatives will be able to make entire stories, what used to take a large production before. Again, this has never been possible before, and we have been using it heavily internally, and we couldn't be more excited. Individual creatives or small teams will suddenly have the power of doing what entire Hollywood studios do.
That's pretty amazing. It's really nice to see how these Luma agents come together and make this happen. Now, I know you have a lot of choices in compute, and when we first started talking, actually, you called me and said you needed compute, and I said I thought I could help. Can you tell us a bit about why you chose AMD, and what has your experience been?
Yeah, we bet on AMD very early on. That call was in 2024, early 2024. And since then, our partnership has grown into a large-scale collaboration between our teams, so much so that today, 60% of Luma's rapidly growing inference workloads actually run on AMD cards. Today, we also, initially when we started out, we used to do a bunch of engineering. But today, we are at a point where most any operators, most any workloads that we can imagine run out of the box on AMD. And this is huge props to your software teams and the diligent work that is going into the ROCm ecosystem. We are building multimodal models, and actually, these workloads are very complex compared to text models. One example of that is these consumes hundreds of times, thousands of times more tokens. A video that you saw, a 10-second video, is about 100,000 tokens easily. Compare that to a response from an LLM. It's about 200 to 300 tokens. So when we are working with this much information, TCO and inference economy is absolutely critical to our business. Otherwise, there's no way to serve all the demand that is coming our way. Through our collaboration with the AMD team, we have been able to achieve some of the best TCOs, total cost of ownership, that we have ever seen in our stack. And we believe as we build these more complex models that are able to do autoregressive diffusion and that are able to do text and image and audio and video all at the same time, this collaboration will allow us to significantly differentiate on cost and efficiency, which, as you know, in AI is a big deal. So, through this collaboration, we have developed such degree of confidence that in 2026, we are expanding our partnership to a tune of about 10 times what we have done before. And these 455 cards, and I cannot be more excited for MI455X because this, the rack scale solution and the memory and the infrastructure that you're building is essential for us to be able to build these world simulation models.
Well, we love hearing that, Amit. And look, our goal is to deliver you more powerful hardware. Your goal is to make it do amazing things. So just give us a little brief view of what do you see customers doing over the next few years that just isn't even possible today?
Right. So as Greg was mentioning, early on in LLM land, right, in 2022, 2023, they were great for writing copies, small emails, things like that. We could have never imagined that we would actually put these models, into real-time systems, into healthcare and these kind of things. Through accuracy and architecture and scaling, LLMs have now gotten to that point. Video models are currently in that early stage. Today, they're great for generating video and pretty pictures. But soon, by scaling these models up, by improving the accuracy and data, we would end up at a place where these models will help us simulate real physical processes in the world, like CAD, architecture, fluid flows, help us design entire rocket engines, plan cities. And this is not outrageous. This is what we do today manually with big, giant teams in simulation environments. These models will allow us to do that and automate that to a great degree. And as they become more and more accurate, multimodal models is what we need for the backbone of general purpose robotics. Your home robot, will run hundreds of simulations in its head, in image and video, and then try out, okay, how do I do this? How do I solve this? So that it's able to do a lot more than current generation of LLM and VLM robots are able to do. This is how the human brain works. Humans are natively multimodal. Our AI systems will be as well.
That sounds wonderful, Amit. Look, thank you so much for being here today. Thank you for the partnership, and we really look forward to all that you're going to do next.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you've heard from Greg and Amit. What they said is they need more compute to build and run their next-gen models. And it is the same across every single customer that we have, which is why the demand for compute is growing faster than ever. Now, meeting that demand means continuing to push the envelope on performance far beyond where we are today. MI400 series was a major inflection point in terms of delivering leadership training across all workloads, inference, scientific computing, but we are not stopping there. Development of our next-gen MI500 series is already well underway. With MI500, we take another major leap in performance. It's built on our next-gen CDNA 6 architecture, manufactured on 2-nanometer process technology, and uses higher-speed HBM4E memory. And with the launch of MI500 in 2027, we're on track to deliver 1,000x increase in AI performance over the last 4 years, making more powerful AI accessible to all. So with that, let's, thank you. So with that, now let's shift from the cloud to the devices that make AI more personal, PCs. So for decades, the PC has been about a powerful device helping us be more productive, whether at work or at school. But with AI, the PC has become not just a tool, but it's a powerful, essential part of our lives as an active partner. It learns how you work, and it adapts to your habits, and it can help you do things faster than you've ever expected, even when you're offline. AI PCs are starting to deliver real value across a wide range of everyday tasks, from content creation and productivity to intelligent personal assistants. Let's just take a look at a few of the AI PC applications today. Starting with content creation. These videos were created from simple text prompts on a Ryzen AI Max PC, so not in the cloud, but in a local environment. Anyone can generate professional quality photos and videos in minutes with no design expertise. Microsoft has been a key enabler of AI PCs, helping bring next-generation capabilities directly into our productivity tools. For example, managing your meetings, summarizing emails, quickly finding files that you need, using real-time translation on video conferences. And with Microsoft Copilot, advanced AI capabilities are being built directly into the Windows experience to complete tasks faster. You just describe what you need, and the PC takes it from there. Now, at AMD, we saw the AI PC wave early, and we invested. That's why we've led every inflection point. We were the first to integrate a dedicated on-chip AI engine in 2023, and the first to deliver Copilot Plus x86 PCs in 2024. And with Ryzen AI Max, we created the first single-chip x86 platform that could run a 200 billion parameter model locally. And now we're extending that leadership again with our next-gen Ryzen AI notebook and desktop processors. So today, I'm proud to announce the new Ryzen AI 400 series, the industry's broadest and most advanced family of AI PC processors. Ryzen AI 400 combines up to 12 high-performance Zen 5 CPU cores, 16 RDNA 3.5 GPU cores, our latest XDNA 2 NPU delivering up to 60 TOPS of AI compute, and support for faster memory speeds. These flagship Ryzen AI mobile processors deliver significantly faster content creation and multitasking performance compared to the competition. Now, there's a lot of excitement for the Ryzen AI 400 series, and if you're walking around CES this week, you're going to see many notebooks launching this week. The first Ryzen AI 400 series PCs begin shipping later this month, with more than 120 ultra-thin gaming and commercial PCs launching throughout the year from every major OEM across every AI PC form factor. Now, powering the next generation of AI PC experiences takes more than just hardware. It takes smarter software with models that are lighter, faster, and can run directly on device. These are different than what you're seeing in the cloud. So to talk more about this next wave of model innovation, please welcome Ramin Hassani, co-founder and CEO of Liquid AI.
Got some food.
Ramin, it's great to have you here. I'm very excited
Grilled
about the work
cheese.
that you guys are doing at Liquid. You are really taking a different approach to models. Can you talk a little bit to the audience about what Liquid is doing and why it's different from others?
Absolutely, Lisa. It is great to be here. We're a foundation model company spun out of MIT 2.5 years ago. We're building efficient generative AI models that can run fast on any processor inside and outside of data centers. We designed from scratch.
Yeah, they're definitely not cheap.
With a hardware-in-the-loop approach that allows us to optimize neural architectures for a given hardware. We're not building transformer models. We're building liquid foundation models. Powerful, fast, and processor-optimized generative models. The goal is to substantially reduce the computational cost of intelligence from first principles without sacrificing quality. That means liquid models deliver frontier model quality right on a device. Device could be a phone, could be a laptop, could be a robot, could be a coffee machine, and could be an airplane. Basically, anywhere compute exists with 3 value propositions: privacy, speed, and continuity. It can work seamlessly across online and offline workloads.
Ramin, our teams have been working really closely on bringing more capable models to AI PCs. Can you share a bit about that work?
Absolutely. Today, I've got 2 new product announcements. 1, we are excited to announce Liquid Foundation Models 2.5, the most advanced tiny class of models on the market. At only 1.2 billion parameters, the model performs best on instruction following capabilities between its class and models that are larger in its class. LFM 2.5 instances are the building blocks of reliable AI agents on any device. To put this in perspective for you, this model delivers instruction following capabilities better than the DeepSeek models and Gemini Pro kind of models, Gemini 2.5 Pro, right on the device. We are releasing 5 model instances: a chat model, an instruct model, a Japanese enhanced language model, a vision language model, and a lightweight audio model, audio language model, basically. These are highly optimized for AMD Ryzen AI CPUs, GPUs, and NPUs. And today, they're available for download on Hugging Face and on our own platform, Leap. There you can enjoy them.
That's pretty cool.
So we can stack these LFM 2.5 instances together to build agentic workflows. But then it would be really amazing if we can bring in all these modalities into one place. So that brings me to my second announcement, LFM 3. LFM 3, it is designed natively multimodal to process text, vision, and audio as input and deliver audio and text as an output in 10 different languages with sub-100 millisecond latency for audio-visual data. You will get LFM 3 later in the year.
All right, that's fantastic. So now, Ramin, help our audience understand, why should they be so excited about LFM 3? What can we do with these models on an AI PC?
Absolutely. So most assistants, AI assistants, co-pilots today are reactive agents. You open an app, then you ask a question, it responds. But when the AI is running fast on the device and is always on, it can be working, on the tasks proactively for you. The task can be done in the background. So let me show you a quick demo, a reference design to inspire what is possible to build on PCs with LFM instances. Let's jump in. Imagine you're a sales leader working on your AMD Ryzen laptop with LFM 3 backbone proactive agents activated. You're in full focus mode, working on a spreadsheet. Notifications start piling up. You get a calendar notification for a sales meeting. but want to continue your work in deep focus, a Liquid Proactive Agents notices the meeting and offers to join on your behalf. You allow the agent to join, and while you focus on your data analysis task, in the background,
it joins on your behalf, which means you have to give it certain permissions to do something like that, for one. If not, hell, that's not good. A lot of bad things are probably going to happen with that.
the meeting is in progress with your agent representing you.
Are you sure we can trust this agent?
I think.
I'm a little worried there, Ramin.
I think.
This system can actually transcribe more than transcribing your systems, and really understanding what is going on. And the system can also be hooked up to your email platform. It can analyze your emails, like as your emails are actually coming out, it can perform a deep research functionality. So with the deep research functionality, you can analyze every email and draft a response for you. Again, everything under your own control. You're not going to go, this is not going to go rogue. Everything is offline, locally on the device. So this system can deliver, a summary and can do the jobs better than what you have expected, what you have seen from reactive agents. I think this year is going to be the year of, proactive agents. And I'm very excited to announce that we're collaborating with Zoom to bring these features to the Zoom platform, actually.
That's fantastic. Ramin, we're really excited about what you're doing. I think you've just given people just a glimpse of what we can do when we bring, true AI capability to our PCs. So thank you. We're excited, and we look forward to all we're going to do together.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
So now you've seen a little bit about what's possible with local AI, but the latest PCs aren't just running AI apps, they're actually building them. That's why we created Ryzen AI Max, the ultimate PC processor for creators, gamers, and AI developers. It's the most powerful AI PC platform in the world, with 16 high-performance Zen 5 CPU cores and 40 RDNA 3.5 GPU compute units, and an XDNA 2 NPU delivering up to 50 TOPS of AI performance, all connected by a unified memory architecture that supports up to 128 gigabytes of shared memory between the CPU and GPU. In premium laptops, Ryzen AI Max is significantly faster in both AI and content creation applications compared to the latest MacBook Pro. In small form factor workstations, Ryzen AI Max delivers comparable performance at much lower price than NVIDIA's DGX Spark, generating up to 1.7 times more tokens per second per dollar when running the latest GPT OSS models. And because Ryzen AI Max supports both Windows and Linux natively, developers maintain full access to their preferred software environment, tools, and workflows. Now, there are more than 30 Ryzen AI Max systems in market today, with new laptops, all-in-ones, and compact workstations launching at CES and rolling out throughout the year. But our mission is to advance AI everywhere for everyone. The truth is, there are AI developers, many of you in this room, who want access to platforms that enable you to develop on the fly. So we took this one step further. Today, I'm excited to announce the AMD Ryzen AI Halo, a new reference platform for local AI deployment. Now, I would say this is pretty beautiful. Do you guys agree? So let me tell you what it is. This is the smallest AI development system in the world, capable of running models with up to 200 billion parameters locally, not connected to anything. It's powered by our highest-end Ryzen AI Max processor with 128 gigabytes of high-speed unified memory that is shared by CPU, GPU, and NPU. This architecture accelerates system performance and makes it possible to efficiently run large AI models on a compact desktop PC that fits in your hand. Thank you. Halo supports multiple operating systems natively, ships with our latest ROCm software stack, comes preloaded with the leading open source developer tools, and runs hundreds of models out of the box. And this really gives developers everything you need to build, test, and deploy local agents and AI applications directly on the PC. Now, for all of you who are wondering, Halo is launching in the second quarter of this year, and we can't wait for folks to get their hands on them. So now let's turn to the world of gaming and content creation. A few gamers out there. I think there are a lot of gamers out there. Look, every day, gamers and creators rely on AMD across Ryzen and Radeon PCs, Threadripper workstations, and consoles from Sony and Microsoft to deliver tens of billions of frames. And while the visual quality of those frames has advanced dramatically over the years, the way we build those worlds really hasn't. It still takes teams months or even years to bring a 3D experience to life. Now, AI is really starting to change that. To show what's next in 3D world creation, I'm honored to introduce one of the most influential figures in AI. Known as the godmother of AI, her work has transformed how machines see and understand the world. Please welcome the co-founder and CEO of World Labs, Dr. Fei-Fei Li. Fei-Fei, we are so excited to have you here. You know, you've been one of the leaders shaping AI for decades. Can you just give us a little bit of your perspective? Where are we today, and why did you start World Labs?
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Lisa, for inviting me to be here. Congratulations to all the announcements. I can't wait to use some of them. So it's true that there has truly been great breakthroughs in AI progress in the past few years. And as you said, I've been around the block for a while, for more than 2 decades, and I really cannot be more excited than now by where things are going.
Yeah, of course, only 3 clapped.
So in the past few years, language-based intelligence in AI
for
technology
consumers.
really has taken the world by storm. We're seeing the proliferation of all kinds of capabilities and applications. But the truth is, there's a lot more than just language intelligence.
There's a few. Not
Even
many.
for us humans, there's more than passively looking at life in the world. We are incredible spatial intelligent animals, and we have profound capabilities that use our own spatial intelligence that connects perception with action. Think about all of you being here, how you brave through airports this morning. I'm one of them, or woke up in your hotel room and get to the nice coffee shop, or find your way in this maze in Vegas to be here. All this requires spatial intelligence. So what excites me is that there's now a new wave of Gen AI technology for both embodied AI and generative AI that we can finally give machines something closer to the human level spatial intelligence. It's the ability to not only perceive, but create 3D or even 4D worlds, reason about objects and people, and imagine entirely new environments that still obey the laws of physics and dynamics in worlds, virtual or real. So that's why I started World Labs. I really want to bring spatial intelligence to life and deliver value to people.
I remember the first time I talked to you about your concept for World Labs and your passion about what this could bring. Tell us a little bit about what your models do so the audience gets a feel for what does this really mean?
Yeah, well, I heard that there are gamers out there, so this is very exciting. So traditionally, building 3D scenes requires laser scanners or calibrated cameras or hand-built models using pretty sophisticated and complicated software. But at World Labs, we're creating a new generation of models that can use the recent Gen AI technology to learn the structure, not only just flat pixel structure, I'm talking about 3D, 4D structure of the world directly from data, a lot of data. So give the model a few images, and even one image, the model itself can fill in the missing details, predicts what's behind objects, and generate rich, consistent, permanent, navigable 3D worlds. So what you're seeing here on screen is a Hobbit world that's created by our World Labs model called Marble. We just give it a handful of images, and it created these 3D scenes that are persistent, and you can navigate. You can even see a top view. And our system transformed a few visual inputs into.
Well, in a way, like, I can't even say technically speaking, yes, they did, because there's nothing there to begin with. It's creating the atmosphere, the look, everything just from words and one or multiple pictures. So if there's nothing there to be, like, you got a picture, but then you want it to go to the background or do something like this, technically that would be like a fourth dimension, but not really, right? It's still 3D. It's still just a 3D render. Well, maybe they took away some phone towers. I've heard a lot of phone towers have been going down, so maybe.
To a fully navigable, expansive 3D world. And it shows how these models not just reconstruct the environment, they really imagine cohesive worlds, wondrous worlds. And once these worlds exist, they flow together and allowing effortless transition from one environment to the next and scaling into something much larger. And this is much closer to how humans piece together a place from a few glances.
Well, it looks pretty amazing that you can do that with such little input. Now, can you just show us a little bit about how the technology works?
Yes, definitely. Let's just ground it in real world a bit more from the Hobbit world. Let's do something that you're very familiar with. So over the break, our team went to AMD's Silicon Valley office. I hope they got your permission. And
they did not, but that's okay.
Okay, well, now here we are. We just used some regular phone cameras. There's no special equipment, just phones to capture a few images. And then we put them into World Labs' a 3D generative model called Marble. And then our model that can use AMD's MI325X chip and the ROCm software stack can create a 3D version of that environment, and including windows, doors, furniture, size, and sense of depth and scale. And keep in mind, you're not looking at photos, you're not looking at videos, you're looking at truly 3D consistent worlds. And then our team started to have a little more fun and decided to
you decided to remodel?
Exactly,
Yes, yeah.
for free for you. For different design styles, right? I don't know which one you guys like the most. I personally really like the Egyptian one, but maybe that's because I'm going there in a few months. And while this transformation is keeping the geometric consistency,
apparently Egypt's a terrible
3D,
place to visit.
inputs.
Never visit that place.
So
just saying.
You can imagine this can be such powerful
Because they're
tools
massive
for many
CEOs.
use cases, whether you're doing robotic simulation,
They don't do much.
or game development,
That's probably why.
or design. This can, what would traditionally take months to do in a typical workload, we really could do it in minutes now.
Yeah, this is nothing really
new. We
new.
can even navigate
This is
into an
nothing
entirely
new.
different world, like actually the Venetian Hotel. And we just did that yesterday by taking a picture and then put it in the model, and then had a little
Yeah,
fun.
Egypt's
and
like
then
top
it
5
turned this
worst
whole
place to visit. The
into
pyramids
a
are the only
3D
nice thing. Everything else, the place is literally like a
imaginative space.
landfill, and people are literally like people that live there, they
And now,
hate everyone
I'm
else
sure
basically.
you guys can
Like they
take
just want to
pictures and
scam
send
you
it to
and
Marvel
or
and
like
experience this yourself.
yeah, not a good place.
But
Egypt
what you
is
don't
terrible
see
apparently.
here behind the scene is how much computation is happening and why inference speed really matters. The faster we can run these models, the more responsive the world becomes. Instant camera moves, instant edits, and a scene that stays coherent as you actually navigate and explore. And that's what's really important.
You know, Feifei, I think you're going to have a few people going out to your website to try Marvel this
We'll
evening.
keep the server up.
But look, that looked really amazing. Can you just share a little bit about your experience working with AMD and our work on Instinct and ROCm?
Yeah, of course. And even though we are old friends, our partnership is relatively new. And I got to be honest, I'm very impressed by how quickly this came together. Part of our model is a real-time generative frame model. It was running on
we're looking at like top
MI325X in under just
0.5%
a
of
week.
people in the world.
And then
we're
with
not looking at
AMD Instinct
normal
and
people at all.
ROCm,
Not even
our
top
teams
1%.
were able to
like
iterate
top
really rapidly
0.1%.
over a course of a few
These people have more
weeks
money
to
and do more
improve
different things
performance by
than
more
what
than
most people can even
fourfold.
imagine.
And that was really impressive. That matters because spatial intelligence is fundamentally different from what came before. Teaching AI to understand and navigate 3D structure, have motion, understand physics requires enormous memory, massive parallelism, and very fast inference. And I was seeing your announcement. I can't wait to see platforms like MI450 continue to scale, and they will give us the ability to train larger world models, and just as importantly, to run them fast enough that these environments can feel alive, react instantly as the user or agents move, explore, interact, and create.
No, that's wonderful. Thank you for those comments. Your team has been fantastic working together.
Thank you.
So, Feifei, with all the compute performance that we're going to give you and all of the innovation in your models, give the audience a view of what to expect over the next few years.
Yeah, I know, and as you know me, I don't like to hype. I think the world.
This is like called underhype, Feifei. So,
no, I think we should just share what it is. It is gonna be a changing world. A lot of workflows, a lot of things that were difficult to do will actually go through a revolution because of the incredible technology. So, for example, creators can now experience and create real-world scenes, scenes in real time, shaping what's in their mind's eye, experimenting with the space, the light, the movement, as if they are sketching inside a living world. And then intelligent agents, whether it's robots or vehicles or even tools, can learn inside very rich, physics-aware digital worlds before they even need to be deployed
Basically,
into
they'll
the
be
real
able to do
one,
everything they've
making
already
them
done a
much
bit
safer,
faster
make the
and a
development
little
much
bit
faster,
different,
more
but the exact
capable,
same
and more
that's already been
helpful
done.
to
Because
people.
everything that's been
And
done
designers, for
since
example,
to
or
date
architects
has basically already
can
been done
walk
multiple
through
times over,
ideas
and
before
just making
anything
sure it
is
can be done
built,
faster is what they're
exploring
really
form,
saying is the
flow,
beneficial thing on this. This has
materials,
already all been
and
done before.
navigate spaces rather than just staring at static plans. So what excites me most
Without
is that
AI.
this represents a shift in how AI shows up in our lives. We're moving from systems that understand words and images passively to systems that not only understand, but can help us
This is also like
a
type of 3D scanning that it does too, right? Because it's taking pictures and that it can just take it does math for distance, a lot of things. It does a lot of different things all in one. That's why having a faster processor, faster GPU acceleration of some sort will make things better for it, because it's doing a lot of math from these pictures as well to get the depth, to get the size of the objects, to change the objects into something else, but to keep the same atmosphere, basically, just change the overall appearance. It's already all been done before. It's just be done a bit faster.
That augment human creativity, productivity, and our care for each other, while keeping people firmly at the center of this story, however powerful technologies are. And I'm very excited to partner with AMD and with you on this journey.
Fei, I think I speak for everyone. You are, really an inspiration to the AI world. Congratulations on all the great progress, and thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Lisa.
And basically, you can hear Lisa Su going, talk about AMD more. Stop talking about you. Talk about AMD more. AMD's the one doing this. AMD, AI, AMD.
Of all the ways AI is advancing the world, healthcare impacts us all. And AMD technology is enabling the incredible to become possible. Cancer detection is happening earlier, with supercomputers analyzing data at massive scale. Patients are receiving therapies sooner with compute modeling complex biological systems.
None of this is
Promising
real.
treatments are moving forward.
So you see all these
faster
holograms, special
through
visors,
molecular simulation.
and these crazy robots. None of that's true
Medicine
yet.
is becoming more personalized through genome research. And patient outcomes are improving through robot-assisted surgeries. Our partners are using AI to accelerate science and better human health. Advanced by AMD.
And I'm not saying that there isn't robots doing it. It's those robots that you were seeing before, how just the robots were doing
So
it.
look,
It's not.
as you
It's
saw in that
robot-assisted.
video, AMD technology is already at work across healthcare. This is one of the most meaningful applications. You've already heard about some of the stories tonight of how high-performance computing and AI is one of the areas that I am most personally passionate about, is how you can bring healthcare there. There's nothing more important in our lives than our health and the health of our loved ones. And using technology to improve healthcare outcomes means we measure progress in terms of lives saved. I'm very happy to be joined tonight by 3 experts who are leading the way in applying AI to real-world healthcare challenges. Please join me in welcoming Sean McLean, CEO of Absci, Jacob Thaysen, CEO of Illumina, and Ulla Engquist, Head of Molecular AI at AstraZeneca. All right, guys, thank you so much for being here. You can see there's a lot of excitement
Sit
about
down. You just had your
healthcare. Thank you for
private
the tremendous
plane drive
partnership.
you or fly you
Sean,
here.
at
Sit
Absci,
down.
you're
Sit down.
using
Be
generative
comfortable.
models and synthetic biology to
So that
design
way
new
we can do
drugs from
stuff that's
scratch.
not
Can
for
you walk
consumers.
through a little bit of how that works?
Yeah, thank you so much for having us here today. Biology is hard. It's complex. It's messy. Drug discovery and development is this archaic way of going about discovering drugs. Ultimately, it's this trial and error process where you ultimately are searching for a needle in the haystack. But with generative AI and what we're doing at Absci, you're actually able to start creating that needle and being able to actually engineer in the biology that you want, being able to go after the diseases that have large unmet medical need, and being able to have the manufacturability, the developability that you want in the drug. We're actually able to start having precision engineering now because of AI with biology. Just like Apple is engineering an iPhone, or you all are engineering the 455s, we're able to start engineering biology. And what is that actually doing? It's allowing us to start tackling some of the hardest, most challenging diseases that still exist, that have high unmet medical need, where standard of care is poor. And at Absci, this is exactly what we want to tackle. We want to tackle these hard, challenging diseases. 2 of them that we're focused on at Absci is androgenic alopecia, so think common baldness. We actually have the opportunity in the not too distant future to have
Welcome CEO and co-founder of Generative Bionics, Daniela Pucci, to the stage. Hello, Denny. It's great to have you. Your team is doing some amazing work. Can you just give us some background about what you're doing?
Lisa, generative bionics is the industrial spin-out of more than 20 years of research in physical AI and biomechanics at the Italian Institute of Technology. But when
should
we
have got
look
someone that
back,
can speak English a little bit better here.
Everything started from a simple but profound question. If an artificial agent needs to understand the human world, doesn't it need a human-like body to experience it? To answer this, we built some of the most advanced humanoid platforms in the world. iCab for cognitive research, then ErgoCab for safe industrial collaboration, and then we built IronCab, the only jet-powered flying humanoid robot in the world. Throughout the process of building these robots, however, Lisa, there has been one belief that has never changed. The real working technology is that one that amplifies human potential, and that is built around people, not the other way around. Now, this belief has become the mission of generative bionics, but to make it real, we need compute that is fast, deterministic, and local. A humanoid, for instance, touch, balance, and safety loops cannot wait for the cloud. That's why our collaboration with AMD is so fundamental. AMD, in fact, gives us a unified continuum from embedded and edge platforms such as Reason AI Embedded and Versal AI Edge, running physical AI on the robot, to AMD CPUs and GPUs, powering simulation, training, and large-scale development. So, Lisa, one computer architecture from one partner end-to-end.
I like that. I like that a lot. Now, look, let's talk a little bit about your philosophy and approach to, how are you building these things and what are your use cases?
We think, Lisa, that now humanoid robots have to be elevated to another level. Yeah. So our approach to physical AI is to build a platform around the humanoid robot. And then the platform is designed to achieve human-level intelligence, safe physical human-robot interaction, and engineered into real products. Now, let's start from the robot. Here, we are really inspired by biomechanics.
It's brutal. It's brutal, man. And a lot of the things that they're also saying, too, as AI is not technically an AI that's doing it. It's a math sequence or multiple math sequences put together to do it. For the robots, and robotics is a lot of different things too. Robotics is everywhere for manufacturing for sure. But yeah, brutal. And the way need someone that can actually speak English here. So we're just gonna go past that too. We're literally watching billionaires talking about how they're going to get richer off of AI. That's basically all we're watching through CES now. That's what was last year. This is what's this year. This year's even worse than last year. And like, it's just brutal.
AMD technology is powering critical space missions today, from delivering satellite internet connectivity to remote communities, to enabling autonomous exploration of Mars, the moons of Jupiter, and beyond. On Mars, AMD adaptive computing enables the Perseverance rover to operate autonomously. That same technology is also powering robotic systems at NASA, JPL, and both the European and Indian space agencies, delivering reliable compute in some of the harshest and most unforgiving environments. One of the leaders in space exploration and a company using AMD technology to help build the next generation of spacecraft and lunar infrastructure is Blue Origin. Please welcome John Koulouris, Senior Vice President of Lunar Permanence at Blue Origin, to the stage.
Hi, Lisa.
John, thank you so much for being here. You know, Blue Origin is doing just some amazing things. Talk to us a little bit about your mission and what you're working on.
Yes, thank you everyone for having me here. I'm very excited to tell you about what we're doing. Jeff Bezos, our founder, likes to say that Earth is the best planet in the solar system. It's sustained life for millions of years. And as we explore the solar system, Earth will be the origin of that life, that pale blue dot that is Earth. And that's why our company is named Blue Origin. To protect that planet, we want to move heavy industry eventually off the Earth as we look to build things such as solar power satellites in low Earth orbit, settle the moon, settle Mars, explore the asteroid belt. We'll move on and we'll build that infrastructure so that eventually millions of people will be living and working in space for the benefit of Earth. And that starts with
which is absolutely horrible if you don't know anything about space and how the astronauts do it too. Like how brutal that is on the human body to be out
just
in
recently,
space.
the
If
International
anyone
Space
knows about
Station
that.
celebrated 25 years of continuous human presence in space. The next step for us is lunar permanence. And our business unit that I'm lucky enough to be a part of is named Lunar Permanence specifically so that everyone knows immediately what we're trying to do, is establish a permanent presence of humanity on the moon. And that requires reliable, repeatable, low-cost operations.
Man on the moon,
and
AI
reliable,
on the moon.
repeatable, low-cost
AI on Mars, maybe
AMD
man
is
on
a
Mars.
critical partner of ours to make that happen.
Well, thank you so much for that, John. And look, talk a little bit about why high-performance computing is so important in your work, and especially as your missions are getting more complicated.
Certainly. So space is the ultimate edge environment. The flight computers that we build are the heart and soul of our vehicles. That compute stack needs to be reliable, deterministic, and resilient. It needs to survive the environment of space. And what that means is we have mass constraints, power constraints, radiation considerations. And the AMD embedded architecture
Forgot about
allows
EMP.
us
More
to
or less,
reduce
EMP fields would be more beneficial
save
than the
power on
actual
these
architecture
vehicles,
of the whatever
and
they're going to do. But still,
tolerate the
you still need
demanding
something for
radiation
EMP.
environment of deep space.
And I think when we, think about all of this, looking ahead, talk a little bit about how AI is playing a bigger role.
Oh, by
in
the
your
way, which
future
is like
missions.
1,000 times
Certainly.
worse out in
So
space than it
AI's
is
impact on
here on Earth.
Earth-based systems is well known. In fact, I've got to say, Lisa, and I kind of surprised you earlier today, AMD has been a phenomenal partner of Blue Origin. We, only a few months ago, started to talk to AMD about using the Versal 2 in our flight computer stack. And within a few months, the AMD team and the Blue Origin team worked tirelessly and were able to ship us units that we were then able to incorporate into development flight computers. We've now, in a couple of months, built the development flight computers that are flying in our vehicle testbed, and those will eventually power our Mark II lander. That Mark II lander will land astronauts on the moon as early as 2028. In fact, it was so impressive, we had a team of Blue Origin engineers working over the holidays, and we took the entire flight computer stack and were able to successfully simulate a landing on the moon. This has saved months and months of schedule. Now you take that to the AI use and how important it is for us. Right now at Blue Origin, AI use on Earth is critical. Every employee at Blue Origin has access to AI tools, whether it be for design, for analysis, for just basic pinging back and forth. AI has sped our development process so quickly that we're now looking, how do we bring this to spaceflight? And so what that means for spaceflight for us, that's the next great step, where AI becomes a complement to the astronaut, a co-pilot, if we will, identifying landing sites, looking out for hazards, being able to do that level of compute in a real-time environment is critically important to us. For me personally, though, you think of edge AI, what is really interesting is as we go to explore the solar system, radio astronomy has been a passion of mine. And what radio astronomy is you're looking for weak signal radio frequencies that are being emitted throughout the universe. The problem we have is that Earth is a great emitter of radio frequency noise and interference, so it's hard to identify that. The far side of the moon provides a natural shelter, a barrier to that noise. So if we could land a Mark I vehicle on the far side of the moon, we could start to explore this untapped radio frequency environment. If we have edge AI, we can now utilize that to do the deep exploration to actually identify where we should be looking next. Because relay back to comms, doing this latency, really hurts our ability to explore. So by having it on the far side of the moon, the Mark I vehicle with Edge AI will tell us, land the next vehicle here to optimize your exploration. That's really what excites me.
I mean, that's super, super cool. Look, John, we're honored to work with you. I think it is an incredible
AMD is all that crap. So we're going to go to Intel. This is Intel and more or less about Panther Lake.
Hi, and welcome to Talking Tech. I'm your host, Alejandro Hoyos, and today we're here in CES 2026 in Las Vegas, and we have two amazing guests with us. We're going to be talking about the latest Intel Core processor, Intel Core Series 3, that is just launching with us. And today we have Nish and Mitch. And Nish, why don't you start with, we'll start with you. What do you do at Intel?
I manage the product management team, so I'm Senior Director of Product Management for Client Products.
And Mitch?
I'm one of the product managers on Nish's team, and I get to manage the Core Ultra Series 3 and Core
I like
Series
this
3
guy
product
more
family.
because he can actually speak
that is great.
English.
All right, Nish, so give us a little bit of a background on what are we talking about here. This product is formerly known as Panther Lake, but now it's becoming fully Intel Core Ultra Series 3.
Panther Lake is our first product with 18A technology, so we bring the US-based manufacturing goodness, our advanced packaging technology, and all the goodness 18A can offer, so performance per watt improvements and also density improvements.
And if you don't know, I've already talked about Panther Lake for well over a year now, about everything on this. So if you have any questions on Panther Lake, let me know. I do know a lot about it.
Multiple price points and multiple choice points. So that is what essentially Panther Lake in a nutshell.
No, that's great. So we're still continuing that multi-tile approach and bringing all different things and hopefully make it a little more scalable.
More scalable, more affordable price points. And so a lot of people can enjoy all the battery life and performance goodness.
Speaking about battery life and performance, tell us a little bit more. How have we been able to achieve this?
The secret sauce is scaling that Lunar Lake low power island. So in Panther Lake, in Series 3, we've got new cores, Cougar Cove Performance cores and Darkmont Efficiency cores. And those 4 Darkmont Efficiency cores that we have in the low power or efficiency island are how we're able to deliver a lot of performance, power gated off from the rest of the SoC. So you can run applications like your productivity applications, video conferencing, all on the low power island without lighting up the rest of the processor.
And if you guys are more interested in the details of the difference when it comes to architecture, a little go deeper, we actually have different videos cover also in our different changes. From your side, what do you think has been one of the most relative changes that we have done there?
Yeah, it's the most exciting part about Panther Lake is we've done the most difficult part of taking all the performance improvements we did with Arrow Lake. This means bigger caches, L3 and L2 caches which we had on the performance core is in Panther Lake. But we also took all the battery life improvements like Mitch was talking about, and which was in Lunar Lake, and was able to put it into Panther Lake. So taking both of them means you're going to get significant performance improvements, but significant battery life improvements. So like you saw on the keynote, we are getting 27-hour plus battery life with Panther Lake, but you're also getting close to 60% better multi-threaded performance compared to Lunar Lake. So significant performance and significant battery life.
And that is, like you said, it's possible thanks to the marriage of these two different type of technologies, Lunar Lake and Arrow Lake, coming together and becoming this amazing product, which is Panther Lake.
Yeah.
So Mitch, tell us a little bit more about this. We're talking about the cache and all the different caches that we have in here when it comes to Panther Lakes. How they work, how they shared, what other types of memories we have in there.
Yeah, so we've got the memory side cache like there is in Lunar Lake. It's bigger in some of the offerings for Panther Lake. And then within the GPU and CPU, there's bigger L1, L2, and then L3 shared caches as well. And that helps feed those IPs a lot more efficiently. The other thing that we've done architecturally different than Lunar Lake to make it more scalable, like Nish was saying, is we've gone back to more traditional memory. So LP soldered down onto the motherboard, or LP CAM, which is the compression attached memory module for modular LP, or traditional DDR5 SODIMM. So all of those changes actually help feed the processor in a both power efficient, performance efficient, and cost efficient way.
That makes sense. Does that mean that you'll have like a specific product for each one of those types of memories? And sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So with our flagship offering, we've got the ARC B370 and B390 built-in GPUs. That's running LP memory only, but up to 9,600 megatransfers per second. On the SKUs that have the smaller GPU, we offer both LP, LP CAM, and DDR. So depending on how we've mixed and matched the different IP, the OEMs have choice on how they build out.
So these are gonna probably be put, because Panther Lake is more or less for like mobile, right? Efficient, really, really efficient. What they're saying with the LP and LP CAM, the low powered like DIMMs or low powered soldered DIMMs, and or low powered CAMs. That's like the CAM2 memory compression modules, and also for the regular DDR5 as we just talked about as well. Standard voltages, not low powered at all, so not like 1 volt or less than 1 volt. They're probably gonna be 1.1 volt, or they could be less than 1.1 volt. From what I've gone over before as well, with the low powered for DDR5, is you got low powered and standard as well, and then you got your overclocked ones, which are like generally past 1.1 volts is generally what you're seeing for any kind of like XMP. These are not, these are standard voltages at these speeds, which is pretty wild. Also, they're saying for like standard DDR5, that could be put into not just mobiles, but also for like your mini desktops, stuff like that, which would be really, really cool to see as well. So you have like a motherboard CPU combo that you can put your own RAM into up to a certain speed, of course. And tunability on that would be depending on the AIBs, of course.
Those systems.
And that's pretty impressive that you mentioned that you can actually get 9,600 megatransfers per second, because that's a lot faster than we have in Lunar Lake.
Yeah.
And in Lunar Lake, we actually had the memory.
Depends on the
package
timings,
connected to here, the
timings,
so that's a great improvement on the memory control.
Right. Lunar Lake is 8533. Panther Lake being up to 9,600. We're really excited about that, especially because now that we have the bigger GPU with 12xe cores, being able to feed it more efficiently for both graphics and AI workloads is a real big benefit, and we think we're one of the first to come out with 9600 in a client laptop.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
A couple of interesting things is in Panther Lake, we have our ecos also in the performance cluster, which means that has access to what we call our last level cache or L3 cache. So in a use case like gaming, when you're gaming on your mobile system, you can put a lot of the performance on your eco, giving more power to the graphics so that you can get the best possible performance. If it's a graphics intensive game, now you're getting much bigger battery life if you're gaming on battery, or you're getting much better performance because you're balancing it right between that eco. So by having this flexible architecture and the right caching structure, we are able to eke out better performance or battery life depending on what want to do.
That's pretty interesting because, as a gamer, you'll think like, oh, I just want to do everything to go to the performance scores, right? Like performance scores, but then you don't
Performance
get to that
scores to the
point of
graphics
thinking
can
like,
be
well,
more
in a laptop,
beneficial
performance
because
scores, it
how
also
fast
means battery
graphics
usage,
actually
energy
process.
consumption. But now with this new performance and efficient
That's
cores,
why
you actually
E-cores, or that's why there's
balance that.
ways to tune your BIOS or tune your system to only be P-cores, especially if you're just gaming. P-cores is better instead of having E-cores, and that's just due to the fact the GPU and CPU, everything else can talk faster with each other, and how fast the actual GPUs are nowadays, and these new Intel GPUs. It's going to be more beneficial to have the P-core strictly on with the GPU and everything else be with background tasks and or other processes, like what the CPU would do for the game as well, and the GPU and the CPU can talk together and do its own rendering strictly with the GPU. Really beneficial.
Give the right level of feature set for the right users. So we have multiple flavors, like Mitch said. At the top, we have what we call codename 12XE, which is the Arc B70 and 90 level of graphics. This means 50% more graphics cores and twice as much as L2 cache. This alone gives significant performance boost. So compared to our Series 2, we get about 70% better graphics performance or gaming performance. That means you're now getting more discrete graphics-like performance. So even compared to a, say, 4050 thin and light laptop, we are able to get about 10% on average better gaming performance than that. So significantly powerful integrated graphics, and you're going to see this in multitudes of form factors.
That's amazing, because now you're comparing to 4050, discrete graphics card, and this is integrated. And I think you talked some performance compared to the competition also on the graph.
Yes, so similar to what we said, Series 2, if you compare to a Strix AMD product, we will also be about 70% plus in terms of gaming performance.
No, that's pretty impressive. That is really good. So overall, you have two flavors of GPUs. So I guess I'll go back to you, Mitch. So that means that we have, I think, overall 3 different types of processors.
Yeah, there's 3 die package combinations that we have that make up the Core Ultra Series 3 SKU stack, essentially. So we've got flavors of CPU, big and small. We've got flavors of GPU, big and small, and we've got flavors of our PCD or I/O die, big and small. And that's how we assemble that. The choice to make the 4xe, the smaller graphics tile, was about right sizing for the user needs. So there's a lot of laptop types and user experiences that don't require that big Arc built-in GPU, and Intel graphics level of performance is great. Some of those examples are like our commercial type of systems where they're not specifically doing graphics intensive workloads. And then also some of the higher end enthusiast systems that will have an even more powerful discrete GPU. There's not necessarily a need for a big integrated graphics as well. So that's how we've kind of balanced that out.
Okay, that makes sense, because when I was looking at the specifications of the I/O, I saw like 12 PCI lanes, 20 PCI lanes for the. So you have you can't correct me if I'm wrong. You have like an 8/16 core?
Yeah, so we've got an 8 core. We call it the 8 core. It's got 4 P cores, 4 LPE cores, just like Lunar Lake. It's got the smaller GPU, and it's got the smaller PCD or smaller amount of I/O. And that one's really going to be great for commercial, in particular commercial large enterprise, some of maybe the more cost-sensitive type of designs. And then we go up from there by putting in then the big 16-core CPU with the bigger PCD. So an additional 8 Gen 5 lanes for attaching discrete graphics, and then keeping that smaller built-in GPU. So that's great for mobile workstations that have professional discrete graphics or enthusiast systems. And then we've got sort of the flagship, which is 16-core, 12XE. And then because we didn't expect OEMs to want to attach a big discrete GPU on top of a big integrated GPU, we paired that with the smaller PCD. So those are sort of the 3 flavors that build out how we make our SKU stack across Core Ultra 5, Core Ultra 7, Core Ultra 9, and then the ones with the Arc built-in GPU are X7 and X9.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
One more small thing. Normally, when we do product launches, my mom always says, you do not build something for me because I have to wait for another 3 years before that gets cheaper. Now with Series 3, we also have a core version. So all the performance, productivity, performance goodness, and battery life goodness is going to scale down in that price point and available in a similar time frame as with our Core Ultra Series 3 family.
I talked about this one before
we will have
too,
a
and
Core
it's supposed to be
Series 3
very
family,
cheap,
which
which
is
is
going to sit
really good for
underneath what
consumers.
Mitch was saying, scaling a lot of those goodness down to lower price points.
That is pretty cool. So we have the Intel Core Ultra, and then we have Intel Core, which will benefit from all of these advancements that we have on the, I guess, on the Halo.
Correct. It's all the same IP, so same CPU IP, NPU IP, GPU IP, just scaled down to the things that most mainstream users do.
Oh, that's pretty cool. So one thing that you said that I would like to mention and emphasize for the people who are viewing it is, like, for those who are looking at for their highest ARC integrated graphics, it should be the Ultra X7 or Ultra X9.
Right. And you'll see that listed also as with the built-in B390 GPU.
Okay. I also see that we have a new generation of NPU, the NPU 5. Can you tell a little bit more about it, and also everything that is kind of related to AI and also AI workloads?
Yeah, if we don't mention AI 3 times, the AI gods will strike us down. So we have to. Joking aside, yes. So NPU 5 is basically taking the NPU we have on Lunar Lake, and we've been able to be more area efficient and shrinking it down. So you get similar performance to a Lunar Lake, like in terms of the NPU. But with Panther Lake, like we talked about, we have a big graphics engine that also has XMX or systolic AI with AI acceleration on the graphics. So think of it as, if you want significantly boosting performance, you will go to the graphics. If you want something to run consistently like an AI agent, but you want to save battery life, you would run it on the NPU. And for things where you want to be able to, like OS, you want to be able to be in the same memory flow, you would put it on the CPU. So Panther Lake is one of the CPUs compared to our competition, has all 3 engines optimized. So for example, if you take Geekbench AI, we have significantly anywhere from 20 to 70% better compared to competition, where in many cases, in some of the engines, competitions won't even run on those engines. So we have the right tool for the right AI need on the PC.
Right, because depending on the AI workload, there's a specific accelerator or optimized accelerator for that type of workload.
Correct.
So that's
It's just showing
pretty good. Like
that
for NPUs,
it can run
will
all
be
these things
depending
when
most of the
AMD
things that you
cannot
want
run certain things
background
and
power
Qualcomm
efficient and that
can't
kind of
run
things.
others.
But like you said, if you want to throw a punch something quick, then you have the GPU.
Yeah, so if you're doing if I wanted to say create a video with Alex doing parkour, then to generate that, you would want bursty, big performance, like a stable diffusion, AI video generation, that will go on the GPU. Whereas your Copilot Plus, any of your AI agent will run on the NPU. So you can ask it to do tasks, it can go do stuff in the background, that will go on the NPU.
Oh, that's pretty cool. It's pretty interesting. There's also another block that I saw in there. This is the IPU. So is there anything you can bring guys talk about it?
Yeah. Well, yeah. So the IPU, it's our new IPU 7.5, and we've kind of earlier was focusing on the LPE cores as kind of one of the ways that we deliver great battery life, because that is pretty significant. But even technologies like the IPU 7.5 helps in video conferencing, camera usages, in particular laptops with MIPI cameras, to deliver great video quality in sort of a whole host of lighting conditions, and at lower power than a traditional like USB-based camera in the laptop. So those kinds of things help extend battery life and really create best-in-class systems.
Yeah, I was pretty impressed with all the different things that you can do with the IPU, the image processing unit. Like, you can actually do a lot of AI work before the image gets shown into your laptop, to your screen. Like it grabs the image from the camera, process it right away, and then is able to display, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I think JJ mentioned this. We spend more time in front of our cameras video conferencing than on a holiday. And a lot of the time, it's how you show up on that video conferencing may influence your conversation. And whether it's lower lighting, whether it's not good camera quality in terms of color, all of that could be corrected using a little bit of AI running real time on the image processing unit. And with our image processing unit, you don't sacrifice battery life to do that. You're able to get all those goodness without sacrificing battery life.
All right, so we have talked a lot about the processor itself, but the system is just not. This is not just the processor; it's a whole platform. So, what other platform features that Panther Lake brings to the table?
Yeah, I mean, we've got our latest Wi-Fi, so it's Wi-Fi 7 R2, and then dual concurrent Bluetooth 6. So the dual concurrent Bluetooth 6 is going to be great for running different signals on different channels, also extending the range to double what we have today. Additionally, we've had built-in Thunderbolt 4 for a long time, four ports of Thunderbolt 4, and then optionally you'll see some of the OEMs implementing Thunderbolt 5 as well for that highest amount of I/O out of the system.
With Auracast, with our new Bluetooth, you can actually stream the same content to 2 different headphones at the same time. So if you're on a plane watching movie with whoever you're traveling, you can do that.
So I'm going to put you guys on the spot. When can we start seeing these type of systems in the market? When can I go get one?
By the time you publish this video, they'll be for sale.
Okay, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Well, guys, thank you very much, Nish and Mitch. Thank you so much for being here with us. Appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a great show here at CES.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so that's it for the big 3, NVIDIA, AMD, and Intel. AMD and NVIDIA, nothing but AI, nothing but for data centers and for big manufacturers of that, or corps for their kind of stuff, for what they're showcasing. At least Intel had something for consumers and already has new stuff out for consumers. You're muted. Yep. Yes, I was. Yeah, I mean, it's why I really did not want to go over CES, because it's garbage. Terrible. It was absolutely terrible. Yep. I guess it is what it is. It is what it is there. No, they really didn't. They really did not. Everything now is more like creation or AI. It's AI. I think tomorrow what I'll go over is what the AIBs did, which is what they've already had before. They just made it better, kind of like what Zotac did with the 5090, MSI, Asus, what all of them did with already out GPUs and that. We'll go over that maybe tomorrow. Yep, they really did not do much. Nothing but for big corps. Nothing but for AI. I mean, they're making their money off it, I guess, so might as well. A lot of this stuff has already been done before, too. They're just trying to showcase it more. Oh, we got new technology to do this better, basically, is what they're saying. And that's it. We can do this better than the competition. Although AMD really did step it up with their servers there. With the Helio stacks. They actually they did pretty good on that. That I will say. They actually stepped it up pretty big there. Oh. Was hoping more people are gonna join, but guess that is what it is there. Kind of late to the show. If it's AIS, the Artificial Intelligence Show. It's basically what it was. They didn't show anything in their booths either. They didn't show anything. That's why we'll go over some of the AIBs tomorrow. Or all of them. I'll try to do all of them tomorrow. Showcase what they've come up with. I mean, the MSI Lightning looks pretty cool. What Zotac did as well. It's pretty cool. But I mean, it's also garbage in my opinion for some of the stuff they did. How's it going, Aaron? Oh, thank you. Figured I needed it. It's about 10 months since my last haircut, so I figured I'd buzz it off. It's going. It's going. Let's talk about all the AI in CES again. Fun. It's odd. They're not really. And really the CPUs that they've came out with is more or less like this year so far, what they've done is upgradability. You already have that platform, upgrade to this, basically is what they got. For CPU wise. It's like how Asus has they got Asus here. Doing manufacturing RAM. That's not going to put the cost down. They're not going to have the cost lower. They're going to have costs still up there. They're not the ones making the ICs. That's the thing. Like, hooray, Zeus. Hooray, Zeus. No, fuck off, Asus. Stop going on the hype train, on the money train there, more or less, for RAM. You're not going to make it cheaper. The ICs need to get cheaper in order to have RAM cheaper. More ICs need to be made. They're not the manufacturers of them. Micron, Samsung, and Hynix are the RAM ICs nowadays. There are no other ICs. High density. Yeah, that would depend on CPU, memory controller a little bit, but not really, because he's only on 2 sticks. That's only dual chan, which is fairly easy for it, but also like what motherboard was he using? Also, I don't think the person knew how to tune RAM, so DDR5 is not the easiest to tune at all, so. Since 2 sticks, yeah. Micro ITX. That's fine. That's don't care about the GPU on that, the 9000X, but it's a micro ATX. Ah, yeah, well, MSI boards are kind of a pain in the butt to tune RAM on. It depends on the micro ATX and how, whether or not it's daisy chain or T topology as well. Whether or not it's gonna be able to run that high density sticks at a higher frequency, of course, but it's the design, how the traces are done for the RAM, whether or not it's gonna be really beneficial. Micro ATX usually not too bad for RAM, but depends on the board. 9000X, I mean, decent enough. They basically all have fairly good memory controllers built into them. And it's only 2 sticks, so I'm going to say most of the problem was the MSI micro ATX board. And tunability on that, you got to learn how to tune RAM. Well, DDR5, got to learn how to tune DDR5 because it's a pain in the ass. I'm here, just give me a sec. If anyone has questions for anything PC hardware related, let me know. Yeah, the Edge is not the greatest board for RAM. That's probably one of the issues right there. Oh, what you got going there, Z? Nah, Z, get out of here, come back, do it again. I want a Z intro. Yep, that it is. What's your build, though? Have you posted anything on your YouTube yet? I think you should be able to for a cheaper build. Should be able to game on it, yeah. All right. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. How's your PC holding up? Pretty good? Oh, nice cheap build. Yeah, that would do pretty good. Should still be able to play a lot of games with that. No. So a lot of people don't understand with undervolting and that is your wattage might not go down if you so as frequency climbs with AMD with your undervolt, wattage will go up or stay around the same. So as you undervolt, your amperage will go up, which equates to your wattage, right? It's your amperage times your wattage, or amperage times your voltage. So as you undervolt, your amps go up. So does your watts. Or just due to the fact frequency's going up, your watts will start going up because it is using more amps. If that makes sense. And since your power limit's down, you probably weren't even hitting your power limit to begin with, so you put your power limit down, it will still go to that max power limit. Yeah, undervolting does not equate to lower wattage. You have to put your power limit down to like 40 or 50 to actually see lower wattage. And you can make GPUs very efficient too by doing that. As in, yeah, FPS you're getting and the wattage you're using is really, really good. Actually, I did that on my last video for Arc Raiders for the bonus part of it. Last part of it, the last 7 minutes or whatever it was on that. I showed how putting the power limit down to 50% and having an overclock was really beneficial. Lower temperatures, higher boost clocks, and you're still getting a decent amount of frames. Because you still have an overclock, even though it's not reaching the same frequency, you still have an overclock done on it, but a way lower power target. So instead of using over 200 watts, using like 100 watts, but still getting 100 FPS. They'll be roughly the same. It's driver and manufacturer, but more or less driver side, whether or not it's going to be good or not, and also depends on silicon. But yeah, they're roughly going to be the same. And I had someone, yeah, that's probably because your undervolt was too much. What's up there, Debatron? Undervolting's good, but it's not great for everything, right? Your undervolt for one game might vary to another. And AMD's really dumb the way it has its boost with all that implied. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. So for me, like when I'm doing my hardcore overclocking on AMD with the lower temperatures, instead of me undervolting, I will increase the voltage, as in I modified the card so that way I can increase the voltage. That way the amperage does not go too high as well. And that right there can make sure the wattage can stay around the same as if you're undervolting, but you can also hit a higher clock. And if it, let's say because you're at a lower temperature, it wants to boost higher, it will not crash onto you because it has that voltage right there ready already for it, because I have a higher voltage limit. But let's say my RX Vega 56 that I had it running about 600 watts. It's a lot of wattage through a card. And when I was doing the undervolting onto that aspect of it, it would be crashing. And that's due to the fact the amperage of it would be too high and not enough voltage. It would still try to boost up to where it'd want to boost to where I was having it set at, but it would crash due to the fact it's trying to boost a little bit higher for no reason. And the way the boosting actually works on it's kind of, again, dumb. Yeah, ray tracing will. Remember, ray tracing is hardware. It's put into the actual GPU. It's an actual part of the architecture. Ray tracing cores. So you're literally disabling or not utilizing those ray tracing cores. So wattage will go down. Yes. It's not software ray tracing, it's hardware. It's built into your GPUs. Yup. But yeah, if you want to, tune your GPU, try to just lower the power limit and then try to do an overclock. And don't play around with the undervolting as much, and you'll find that you can get a decent overclock at a lower power draw by doing that, and that works for NVIDIA and AMD. Now to make it so it boosts higher, you can undervolt on AMD. That's different for AMD. You can make it boost higher by undervolting it at that point as well, but the stability starts going on that. The way games are not perfectly optimized, how the FPS goes up and down, up and down, up and down, that affects your GPU, CPU, and RAM all at once, basically. And if something's not liking the FPS going up and down like that, that's where stability becomes an issue as well. A lot of it is Unreal Engine like 5, like we got Unreal Engine for a lot of games nowadays. Is Unreal Engine, if it's not optimized, some games are optimized pretty good, but then you got a lot of games that aren't, and you'll see that the FPS will be like super high, down, super low, super high, super low, super high. That affects your CPU big time. Not just your GPU, but your CPU, because your CPU is the one that's really wanting to do the high FPS, right? So as soon as you get high FPS, the CPU will be utilized more load, more utilization onto the CPU. And once that goes down, that means it's less load, less utilization, which means the voltage, if the voltage cannot continue to shift or differentiate as quickly as what it wants, that's when you can crash, or the game just crashes, or your whole PC will crash. RAM, not as much, depending on the timings that are in place. Most times it's not RAM. It's more CPU on that aspect. But yeah, if you want to do, like, again, try like 50% power limit. Right around what I'm finding for a lot of games right now is right around that 65 to 70% power limit seems to be a real sweet spot. So that way you can actually get a decent overclock. Just do the same kind of overclock you would, plus 100, plus 200 on the core, plus 1,000 or plus 2,000, whatever, onto the actual VRAM. And you'll see that it will apply. It's just not as high as what it should be if it was at max power limit. And then if you're going to do like an undervolt, you can undervolt it, but then it hits, you got to remember, because the temperature's going down, it's going to hit a different kind of boost, and undervolting as well makes it boost for some reason on AMD to a higher overclock. So you might want to just do like an undervolt of like minus 30, minus 40. Just do it around there, not do like the minus 100 or minus 200 that some people are doing or getting, because that's still putting more amperage. That's still more amperage. So your wattage, and since you're capping at the wattage, it's not really going to be more beneficial. It's not going to be beneficial at all. It's just going to affect stability. So just try to do a little bit of an undervolt if you are going to do that. It's not going to do much though. Just saying. It just could cause stability issues. I should make a video on. I got a lot of things in the works right now, but yeah, I'm gonna put the AMD back into the system, the AMD GPU, and make a show people a simplified version of how to, like I've done for NVIDIA graphics card, simplified version of flashing the BIOS onto them. So, a lot of people overcomplicate things for some reason, or in their videos that they've made themselves, they've messed it up for some reason, or they left out stuff. I'll make a simplified version of how to BIOS mod your AMD graphics card, and I'll also show how to tune it a little bit more properly than what some people show, because they just show crazy undervolt, and and sometimes they do less of a power limit, but that does not, again, equate to as much, depending on the card model and, you know, from the AIB, what the actual TDP is. Yeah. Yeah, Raptor Lake. Raptor Lake, what you're gonna want to look at for Raptor Lake is the your droop. Your droop. It does not like a high droop. Or sorry, a low droop. It likes a more droop, more better. More droop, more stability. So try to start off on a nice high droop. So like a high, like put it to high, medium high or high, a droop onto that right off the bat, and you'll see that you can get some pretty stable benchmarks done like that. It likes droop. Nice. You should be able to do 5 gigahertz on ring, no problem. Again, I just don't suggest going higher than that. Whew, 71C is a little warm. For a 14600 KF. Yeah, at that voltage, you should be able to do 5 gigahertz on the ring, no problem. Yeah, definitely put a droop on that there, Guh. That way the voltage will be lower throughout the load. And the temperature, you'll see, the temperature will spike right off the bat on load to like whatever 71C or 75C, whatever it might spike up to. But throughout the test, it'll lower down. That will help you be able to keep it cool. Need more voltage for 5.8, really? Well, what tests are you doing too? Because all you need to do is disable the hyperthreading. No overshoot. Okay, good. Yeah, you definitely want droop. Raptor Lake likes droop. Yeah, and fixed voltage, like I said, fixed voltage is good as long as you have a lower voltage. R23? Oh, okay. Y cruncher might not pass. If it doesn't pass, do a higher, like a higher droop if you can. I guess that might not pass. It might pass, but it might not pass. If it doesn't pass, try a higher droop. Do you have 2 power supplies running that rig right now or no? It might be more, I don't know if you have another PSU laying around, use one PSU for GPU, one PSU for the CPU. Yeah. Doesn't matter. 660 Ti is still pretty power hungry. Or you're talking over 200 watts still when overclocked. Yeah, and that could be an issue. So the one with the only one modular PCIe cable, put that for your CPU, strictly just for your motherboard CPU, and put the other one for your GPU. It might not even be like it could be tripping it, but it's more or less the spikeage, right? Spikeage would do that. And once it's hitting the combine, it's hitting both at the same time. It's hitting your whole system at the same time. Usually RAM on combine's not generally an issue. That's what I'm thinking. It's something else. And just because your new profile might have a different RAM configuration OC done onto it, it just means it's less load onto either the GPU or CPU or both at the same time. Yeah, and because of the default XMP, a lot of timings are not as fast, which means the GPU is not going to be working as hard, and CPU is not going to be working as hard. So A, the combined test is affecting your PSU. B, the gotcha. Well, what could also be happening is, again, yeah, PSU, or because of the way everything else is going, and that way those timings are really tight and making it so that way the GPU and CPU are working a bit, can work harder. It's your CPU was causing have an issue, or your CPU and or GPU could be having issues. Yeah, single rails are not terrible. And I don't know for sure you're not gonna be hitting 850 watts continually. So, but yeah, it could have a single rail for 12 volt. A lot of them do. The power supplies I have, the UJ that I'm currently using, don't. They have separate 12 volt power supply for CPU and for GPU. There are some, yeah, with single rail. Again, it's not terrible. Depends on how they're made. And the good ones are really beefy, so it's not an issue. One sec here. Yeah, it has a single 12 volt rail. It has a single 12 volt rail. Yeah, the whole GF1 lineup has one high amperage 12 volt rail. Yeah, that's never good. Need to figure out where they are. Yeah, got a lot of them, but don't know. Just don't know where they are. Nah, your KFC won't even get close to the wattage of that. Won't even get close. I mean, as long as you're using that strictly for motherboard CPU. My opinion, it's always better to have two PSUs when you're doing the benchmarking. One for your motherboard CPU, one for your GPU. And you can just literally hot wire the green and black wire together. So that way it's always turning on. And if you want to turn it off, just hit the power switch on the back. Pretty easy. For your GPU side. Because remember, you can always have it on. That's how I do testing, doing modifications. Like adding, one sec. So when I'm doing like this, when I add on a power connector, right? To do testing. To do the testing to make sure that it's going to be working before I even plug it into anything, what I'll do is I'll grab my EVGA Supernova, and it has a really good overcurrent protection, so or just really good protection on it. So what I'll do just to make sure that nothing's shorted onto the actual power connector I added onto the card is I'll hot wire the green and black wire together and plug it in and then flip the power switch. If I flip the power switch and it automatically turns off, I know something shorted, something went wrong. So I would check it over. You check it over afterwards and make sure everything's good. If not, if you're adding a power connector, you got to take away some wires off of it, which are for sensing wires, and that's generally the only issue that you would have, which I've done, and it's worked. It showed me, yep, I forgot to pull one of these wires off, the sensing pin wire. I didn't pull that wire off, and it tripped the power supply, and that's just due to the fact that it's causing a short. And if there's a short, well, that's the best way to check. Yeah, the 12600K shouldn't match it in physics. Yeah, definitely was something wrong. And I still need a benchmark this card more. It's a 9500 GS. Still got to benchmark it more. Pretty sure there's nothing else I can really do with this card. Maybe change out the VRAM to better VRAM. Other than that, this card is ready to go. Yeah, definitely do that. Yeah, it's a good idea to do, man. Yeah, MSI is odd. MSI really is odd to tune on. Some things are pretty good, but a lot are not. They're not great. They're not great! Well, I'm not sure if anyone follows DeBauer and other overclockers like that on YouTube. DeBauer is one of the first ones that came out with how to modify like the Asus Matrix, the BTF, the connector on the back of it, how to modify it so that way it will draw up to the 800 watts without actually having a BTF motherboard. And a bunch of other people are doing it too, making videos onto it. I'm like, why don't you actually add a 12-volt source to this? Because you should be able to. You should be able to modify it with a 12-volt source, as in like a 12-volt power connector like you would with a normal graphics card, either 8-pin or a 12-volt high power connector. Why don't you actually modify it to have more power, so that way you don't have to rely on that 12-volt power, 12-volt high power connector, that single one for 800 watts? And no one's commented on it yet. It's like, there should be a shunt that you should be able to modify onto, for one, or you can modify straight onto the pins, so that way you can give it a 12-volt source. And it shouldn't be that difficult to do. Since you're modifying it to trick it into thinking that it's actually using some power, then why don't you actually give it some power to make it less strain on that actual 12-volt high power connector? But the way that they're doing it is so that way they can get around probably warranty. But I'm not sure how the warranty will actually work with that, because it's just a connector you plug onto the back of the card anyways, and you're only modifying that connector. So, but would there be anything that's implied with the actual graphics card, and whether or not it can see that it's been pushed farther, or does not have an actual 12-volt power source for that while it was running? I'm not sure, but should be able to modify it. Oh yeah, the 400, 500, 600, and 700 series are very good cards to get points on. And it really doesn't matter about the lineup. All of them you get some fairly decent points. Kind of sucked you did get a bad GTX 670 though there, man. Yeah, so that's good. And that'll happen a lot of the times because why deal with the hassle, right? Of trying to get the card back, cost money, blah, 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 this and that. You can lose a customer that way too, or customers get bad reviews. So it's a good on the person selling it doing that. should send me the card. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. See if I can get it working. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Yeah, if you couldn't properly test them, that's what sucks. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Shipping, I don't know right now how bad it is. What did the RX 580 just quit working for you, or what happened to that one again? I don't really recall what happened with the RX 580. I got a ton of things that I like, ton of different MOSFETs, a whole bunch of spare parts. That's why I'm actually looking for broken graphics cards and that. Still got ads out asking to see if there's people want to just give me some more hardware. Cause I got a bunch of stuff that I can use to fix cards up. I still need to get a new multimeter, which really sucks, but that's about it. And everything else I can do. I got a lot of spare parts. I still need to get a new fuse for the GTX 1080 Ti. Got a bunch of them. Then I need to get an NCP 5388 controller. On eBay, I've been finding them for, I think they're selling like 20 bucks for like 10, which is really good. So I just get a whole bunch of them. So that way I can still do more testing on the GTX 460. Without worry of whether or not if I blow up another one, well, I'll just replace it. Not a big deal. So I was thinking about doing that later on whenever I get money. Died. Oh, yeah. MOSFET. Or capacitor. Yeah. Capacitor or MOSFET. Depending on how the pop... Did the pop have like a crackle sound to it at all? Or just a pop? If it's just a pop, no crackle type sound, nah, it won't even show. It won't even show. It'd be basically like a dead core. Like the core will have no voltage going to it anymore. If any kind of popping noise, there won't be anything. It basically act like it's shorted out. Bang fizz, oof, yeah, that sounds like a cap, a certain cap. I would assume it'd be not a tantalum polymer, although depends on how hot it got really quickly. But yeah, it sounds like, yeah, copper shim touched something, shorted something, and then cap went on it. It'd be a can style cap though. Actually, I'll show one that's a bit bigger here. It'd be a can style cap though. Definitely gone on it. Did it smell bad? You would have had a smell of some sort. No, when these caps go, man, they can go in multiple ways. From what I've shown, I don't know how many times I've shown it. So these ones are different from so they're differently made. For one, these ones here are taken, and there's a wrapped around it, and then they got creases on the top to help it so that way it explodes through the top, doesn't not do anything. These style here, these polymer caps, these caps here explode through the bottom. Now you'll either one will have a smell, but these can style caps, these polymer style caps here, the ones that don't have any slicing on the top, and they got like a rubber style bottom at the bottom here. One sec. So these ones here, you see how we got that black piece? That's a rubbered piece that goes in where the terminals go in. So your ground and your power. These ones here will ooze a browny liquid when they go. And sometimes they don't even like pop up. They don't do anything like that. They just ooze a liquid. These ones, which are generally on older cards, but they could be on newer cards too, but not as new as what we have now. They're always these style because they're a bit better for ESR. But these ones here, they got slices on the top, as you can see. They will generally explode through the top. Now, if they are superheated, not turned on, but superheated, or turned on, but more or less superheated, they will rise up from these terminals. They'll rise up and they'll explode the whole cap off. If they are ran, high voltage somehow goes through them, too much voltage, something's wrong, it's being fed too much too quickly, they generally explode through the top though. But they explode. Like, you'll get like a fibrous brown fiber off of it, no liquid. These ones will have like a liquid that comes out of it. These ones will not. There'll be like a aluminum foil. I'm pretty sure it's an aluminum style or it's a zinc style foil wrapped around like a spring, and then a whole bunch of fibers. That's what makes the capacitance for these style here. And these ones are not the same. These are completely different. But if you can't see any damage, it's probably because one of these caps exploded through the bottom, which they don't really explode unless these are superheated or an extreme amount of voltage amperage going through them very quickly. But that's generally not the case on a lot of graphics cards from my testing. But I've exploded a whole bunch of these. Testing, done a lot of testing on them. Completely different. Yeah. So if you only got a tiny smell, that would be just one of these bad boys. Yeah. Your 770 smell burnt? Yeah, 770 I'm pretty sure has... So your burnt 770 could have been a MOSFET. Okay, so it could have been a MOSFET of some sort onto it for one of the phases. And that's why you'll get a weird burnt smell, is a MOSFET. Generally from MOSFET. From testing wise, your capacitors, like your surface mount capacitors, whether it be the ceramic or your tantalum polymers there, those are different. Those don't generally have a weird smell if you try to burn it up or put too much electricity through them. Again, testing wise, they don't have much of a smell. Not much. Yeah. Having a MOSFET go might not mean a dead core, because your MOSFETs have to go through chokes and capacitors before it even gets to the core. So the core might not even be dead. Something else along the way might be. So just because a MOSFET goes does not mean you have a dead core. What else could go is a controller. If a controller goes, then yeah, you're kind of screwed there. But yeah, this GTX 770, rest in peace, needs a new MOSFET and a whole new controller set up onto it. I tried to fix it, and then I blew up a MOSFET. I almost got it working, but then yeah, but then nah. Nah. But it'll be a good spare part board for when I get another one. I'll get another EVGA style one, because these are pretty good. I'll do the exact same modifications that I did on this one, because it did pretty good without doing a whole lot to it. Yeah, so if the core isn't getting power, that could be a lot of reasons why. So let's say a MOSFET went, well, then the controller, something's wrong with the controller's not talking to it, or the controller's dead. Well, the controller won't give anything to it. Let's say one of your diodes has gone onto it. Well, there you go. There's another one. To test to see if it has a dead core, you'd need a multimeter, and then you test the actual your PCIe lanes or your slot. You can test the actual voltages to see whether or not the core has it. And then you can test your 3.3, your 5 volt, and your 12 volt rail, and then you can also test 1 volt. For shorts, yeah. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why the actual core might not be getting voltage. Kind of like my GT 86, my 8600 GT. It's not getting enough voltage for it to turn on, and that's after I put over 2.2 volts into it, and it's not an issue doing that on those ones, but it sort of is, but really isn't. And that's because of a few things. So I've already taken it basically all apart. We got the actual trim. We got the trim pot still onto it for core and memory still. T was for tester. Yeah, that's besides the point. So this 8600 GT, because I replaced the MOSFETs, right? Remember, I replaced the MOSFETs on because I blew up a MOSFET because of a certain portion of the test. And this card is only like a max of what, 40 watts or 37 watts, something like that. And I was putting it to like 200 watts. I blew up a MOSFET onto it because it got too hot and because there's a lot of voltage through it. But what could have happened after that MOSFET blew was that the choke maybe got too hot, so I replaced the choke. It's not that, but the core was not getting enough voltage, which means there's something wrong with the actual controller onto it, which I'm pretty sure it's a Rich Tech style controller on this one. if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure it is. The controller on this one might be shot, or the one of the resistors going to it is messed up, which I'm not sure. And what I could do is change out the resistor onto it anyways, give it some power, and see whether or not it's going to have that. I think it's 600 millivolts, around 600 millivolts to enable the BIOS. The BIOS is not enabling, which is before everything else, then there's your issue. Good. Pretty good. This card would have done better if I was able to do the modification to it's a software modification to get it to work into PCIe 2 or PCIe 2.0. I was running in PCIe 1, Gen 1. Oh yeah, this 8600 GT's got some points, but you have to do extreme modifications to even think about getting any points with it. As in, you have to have voltage control on memory and the controller, and for these, you also have to add on a power source if it does not already have one. Or just add on one anyways, just because you're going to be drawing a lot of power. Yeah. Yeah, multimeter, hot workstation, iron. Again, check out my videos on that. I've done a lot of testing with the hot air. I had the hot air running for a month straight, still running like a champ, like literally a month straight. I ran the hot air for, and man, it just seems to be better and better each day. Works really good. Ooh, yeah, G7400 is nice. Yep, get some 2-core globals. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why things could be wrong. Also, could be an amplifier. Amplifier. Why your actual core is not getting voltage, but MOSFET blowing will just make it so that way there's no voltage going anywhere that's proper, or any voltage at all. Or a MOSFET that's going could change in actual resistance, and that will cause issues as well. Choke, again, like I said, choke burning out or burnt out changes the actual resistance as well. That would be another issue. And if the actual BIOS chip is not working, a buck controller of some sort, or your actual BIOS chip is not enabling, so your enable pin's not working, or soft start is also something wrong with the soft start. Generally, soft start and enable is kind of hand in hand. If something's going on with the actual voltages going to it, supplied to it, or whatnot, and it's not able to hit the actual voltage, or going way past the actual voltage that it should be doing, like this one here, it's not going to the voltage it needs, so it's not high enough voltage to even enable the actual chip, the BIOS chip, then it just won't turn on. There will be no power going to it, because you need the BIOS, or the actual BIOS chip, to turn on. You need that enable and that soft start to be proper. GTX 770, GTX 580, 480. I'm pretty sure 970 and 980, or even 980 Ti, give really good points as well if you can find them fairly cheap. But 980 Ti's you can't really find cheap, but you can find them. Those give some really good points, especially 770. But again, you for all these cards, for these older ones like the GTX 400, 500, 600, 700, and 900 series, you have to modify them to get good points. That's the thing. Unless you want to go to just newer cards, go to newer cards, get more global points, and just get some points until more people benchmark them. Oh yeah. Yep. And those cards are just really good to have because then later on, especially certain models, you can turn them into like your own e-power. Let's say you just buy a whole lot of them, a bunch of them don't work. Well, you can turn them into e-powers because they got really good VRMs on them. And they're more or less one of the easiest ones to turn into e-power. The 580s. Now 480s are fairly similar to the 580s, as in board design and power delivery. I think the next modification I want to do would be on the RX Vega 56. Now is given it extra voltage for the HBM memory. Yeah, not bad. Even with the LN2 like competition that you're going to go against, like you might not be going against, like, if there's physics part into that, like newer CPUs can be more beneficial for you because you can get more gains, more FPS means better score anyway. So having a better physics added on as well can give you actual decent points, and you could be up by the LN2 as well, depending on your CPU, of course. For like your 9,000, 8,000, like GTOs, GSs, GTSs as well. You're gonna want to use an older CPU, max it out, and it's hard to get good scores with these cards, these older ones, unless you do extreme modifications and can push them farther than what other people have pushed them far at 2. Even like with my 1300K cranked out, overclocked, it still doesn't compare to like Gen 1, PCIe Gen 1 versus Gen 2, just for some benchmarks. So having a crazy good like modifications done onto them is gonna be more beneficial than anything, and paired up with an older platform that can run these cards in Gen 2. Yep. Yep, because CloudGate will scale with CPU. That's what you're looking for. Scalability, physics. Again, higher frequency CPUs, newer architectural CPUs with higher frequency. It's going to give you more FPS anyways and help out with your GPU as well. So that way it can be pushed a bit further as well. That just equates to your score. Yeah. With anything past 12th gen, you have to do modification, software modification to it, to that way you can trick the PCIe gen. Even if you enable like the gen that is supposed to be done for those older cards in the actual BIOS, it doesn't do anything. Once you're in operating system, it will automatically go to Gen 1 anyways, or be Gen 1 and not go to Gen 2, which for some benchmarks, again, that extra bandwidth for Gen 2 is going to be more beneficial than having a higher overclock. And for me, I brute force a lot of stuff. Better overclock, more modifications, try to get that up instead of doing the software side of it, and done fairly well. I've done fairly well on that. brute force, in my opinion, is the way to go for some things. Unless you're on AMD, then you basically have no choice but to do software. Yeah, you gotta do registry mods, you gotta do BIOS mods onto it. You got no choice. It really sucks, but. And then, for me, I did do hardware mods onto it as well, just because I wanted to try it. Works really good. Yep. Yep. And then it's like, so you got so many people that just copy and paste, right? They copy and paste off of somebody else. Me, I don't like to do that. I like to do it my own way. I like to try things. I like to make sure I can, even if it's already been done before, I'll do it. I'll do it. Not copy them, of course, but I'll, even though I've been told it's been done before, still do it and then see how well that works and then change that over. Why? It's testing. It's to test stuff out to see whether or not the person did it the proper way, or maybe that person did not do it a proper way and there's a different way to do it, but the same way. Yeah. Yep. Yup. Because some drivers can be way more beneficial for certain benchmarks than others. Um, Yep, and also, well, Firestrike is an iffy on that, but also for 3D Mark 11, I think it's 3D Mark 11. Use the newest driver. Yeah, yeah, for 2001 SE and Aquamark, yeah, yeah. And then for 2001 SE and Aquamark, again, just worry about your CPU. Overclocking your CPU as far as possible. 2001 SE, just use 3 or 4 cores, no hyper-threading. That's all you need. Highest overclock. For Aquamark, 3 cores is all you need. Yep, learn your LODs. Yep. And it could vary between cards, what could be more beneficial to change. You can also do LOD for Firestrike as well. But not Time Spy, just Firestrike. Alright, give me a minute here and I'll be right back. Yep. Definitely is a learning experience, big time. Yo. Faster is better. Again, that's not always the case, but generally it is. As long as things are done properly, faster is better. Faster might not be better if you don't do it proper. Yep. Keep numbers going up. Not like a car enthusiast. Gotta keep those numbers going up. Nah, they're gonna be records that are not gonna be beaten yet. 14900K for majority of tests, a couple for 90, maybe the 9950 X3D might do all right, but doesn't have the frequency that you can actually do on like 14th gen or 13th gen. 285K is good for a couple tests. It's more or less any GPUs that might be more beneficial, but nothing new. The FE list, what? Yeah, but what were they paired with too, right? Yep, 9950X 3D. It's doing pretty good. Oh yeah. For a lot of the benchmarks. Oh yeah, I need to do X265 benchmark still. So I found a way. I want to do some of that soon. Any competitions? Oh yeah, the G skill. I don't have any G skill. I think it'll take a couple days for you to get that achievement, but you should still get the achievement. Or you have to hold it for a few days. Not sure how that works. Exactly. Intel Pentium 4, 524. Do I have a 524? I don't think I do. I have to check to see if I have one. I wish I had some G-Skill RAM. Now I could do the G-Skill OC World Cup. 40,000 USD. What was first place? First place is... Yeah, first place is 10,000. Oh, it's good to try it. It's good to do it anyways. Because you got 7-zip. It's all maxed out at 6 performance cores, except for the memory frequency, of course. But 6 performance cores. It's either LGA 1700 or 1851. And no 12th gen. It's 13th, 14th, and the new Core Ultras is the only ones you can do. And yeah, 6 performance core. It's 6,000 megahertz or 6 gigahertz is your max for 6 cores. So good to try, see what you can do. Everyone with a an Apex motherboards could be the ones in the top. It's either going to be the Apex boards or could be Tai Chi as well. Yeah, DDR5. They want new stuff to be up there, right? Here it is right here. Some zip, PY prime, 32 billion, Y cruncher, memory frequency, TDR5, and Super Pi. DDR5, no 12th gen. Yep, 6 gigahertz cap. It's a pretty standard. And no 12th gen due to the fact of AVX 512, right? It's only a few people will have it. Yep, LGA 1700 1851 platform, G-Skill DDR5 memory, no 12th gen, retail components, no ES hardware. Hardware button G-Skill reserves the right to reject any entry. Hardware bot and G-Skill have the right to ask for video proof of bench data file if needed. Employees of PC hardware manufacturers are not allowed to compete. No hardware score sharing is allowed. It is allowed to remove submission once it has been submitted or make crucial changes after submission. After the end of the competition, no more submissions or rectifications will be allowed. All submissions must include a picture of their own rig, motherboard, VGA, MEM, CPU cooler during use. All submissions must include a picture of the G-Skill memory with heatsink and serial number. If the heatsink is removed, the picture must clearly show the PCB and IC. We expect fair play. Hardware bot and G-Skill reserve the right to remove any results and/or participants who complete unfairly. This decision is final and will not be discussed afterwards. Examples influence others and pull submissions to profit your ranking. Deliberately make a mistake in the submission process and ask later for change. As in, all submissions are final. Fairly easy to do. All submissions must include official OC World Cup 2026 qualifier desktop wallpaper, hardware limited to 13, 14 gen, Core Ultra CPUs, and Core Ultra CPUs for LJ 17, 1851 platforms, G-Skill DDR5 memory, no engineering samples, 6 processor performance cores, only no hyper-threading disassembly cores allowed unless specified, maximum processor cache frequency limitation of 6 gigahertz. So that's processor and cache ring of 6 gigahertz. G-Skill crew and judges team allow usage of motherboards released during the competition, retail available. Software, Windows 10, 11, only no server OS. CPU Z 2.18 or newer, benchmate 14.10 only. Verification screenshots include CPU Z tabs for CPU motherboard memory SPD tab per memory module. Stages to be determined. Cooling limitations, no limitations. Points per stage. Memory frequency stage points. Final notes. In cases of some same score, the early submission wins. In case of a tie, the deciding benchmark will be MEM frequency stage. The top 9 of online qualifier will receive an entry ticket to compete for the to be determined amount of USD cash prize pool in the live contest at Computex 2026, which is be amazing to do. The live qualifier and final will only be LGA 1851. Okay, so that is a big one. Oh. Oh, I clicked show less. Whoops. Participants arrange and cover their own transportation and accommodation. In the case of, in case that any of the top 9 qualified overclockers cannot attend live qualifier at Computech 2026, their spot will be made available to subsequent runner-ups of the online qualifier, 10th, 11th, 12th, etc. Blah blah blah. Yeah, it would be unfair if you have AVX 512. Since 2026 in it, nice. And here's your winning. First place, 10,000. Second, 6,500. Third, 5,000. Fourth, 4,200. Fifth, 3,400. Sixth, 3,000. Seventh, 2,800. Eighth, 2,600. Ninth, 2,500 USD. Yeah. Yeah, no matter whether you play 9th to 1st, because the top 9 online qualifier will receive an entry ticket to compete for the 4,000 USD cash. Yeah, I wish I had the money for that kind of stuff. Be awesome. Sens is the one that usually wins, has been winning lately for the first place. Yeah, man. And it's two lucky winners. The draw for two lucky draw winners using DDR5 will receive a G.Skill DDR5 32GB 7200 kit. Memory kit must participate in all stages though. But even like, it's awesome. Like it's what they do every year too for G.Skill. They've been doing this for years. Yep. That's when they're doing the DDR3 though. I wish I had some G.Skill DDR3. Yeah, they were nice kits. That's why I really wish I had some G.Skill. That's why I wish I can do that, but it is what it is. Yeah. Yeah, it's way cooler than off the shelf kit. It's not where I'm supposed to click. Um, Let me just click on the wrong one. It's supposed to be by year 2. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so I did end up at 5th. Ended up 5th last year. You did 7th, fairly good. And then just apprenticed 3rd. Raw leagues 5th. Not bad. Nice. Yeah, I'll probably be... I'll see what I can do this year. We'll see what I can do this year. Probably won't be much. Yep. Just keep trying to put out, the best scores you can. I still got a lot of benchmarks I got to do for the Oxfaga 56. One of the fastest in the world, though, which is pretty good. Oh. What did he get for that? Oh, 5 gigahertz. I did mine on air. I did a lot of testing with the X5650 on air. I got a 1st place, 4th place. This is all on air. I did. I'm gonna see how far I can push it on chilled water, but on air, I did pretty good on air. I think this, what, freaking 5.2? No, just almost 5.1 gigahertz. I thought I did one at 5.2. Did I not? Maybe I didn't. Yep. Cold Canadians. It's nothing but you right now. Good scores, though. Yeah, decent scores, man. Yep, see that. How many cups and medals we at now? 185. Nice. Any team requests? Nope. Damn, 8,000, buddy. Just going ham. Yeah, that's why I gotta do a bunch of GPUs still and CPUs. Get more contribution onto that. Get us up into there. Man, if we can get, if we can get first place, we'll be literally beaten out with three people in the team, over 6,000. All right, with over 6,000, like that'd be insane. Nice. All right. Yup. And I gotta say, we're doing pretty good. We're doing pretty good for cold Canadians. 120th worldwide. I mean, that's pretty good too, man. What we need for top 100 again? Top 100. 17,000. I mean, that's very, very achievable. Yeah, I mean, that's very achievable. Let's top 20 in the world. 90,000. Holy. Holy. But yeah, I think we can get top 100 though this year. I think we can get top 100. Or 20. It's all 680s. Jonesy's also doing the 660 Ti? Really? Dang. Pretty good. Pretty good. 44 points global. 21.8. Team power points of 20 points. Very nice. He got first. Yeah, first fire strike. And that would be, let's see, 1.5 gigahertz. Dude, very nice. What was he chilling that with? He crushed the first place. Crushed it. Chilled. Man, where's your picture of the GPU? Where's his picture of the GPU? 'Cause that's good. 1.5 gigahertz. Pretty damn good. Yeah, it's his modifications that he did to it, though, that made it go up that far, not the chilled. Yeah, very nice score. I mean, 1.5. So annoying that they have that. It's like, I don't... How is that? It's, over here is not on that, but apparently it is. Like, why is this tab so big? But yeah, the 1.5 gigahertz is really good. I just want to see his GPU. Like, I wonder if he has any pictures anywhere for it. Oop. Just want to know if he has any. My 1070 score is still holding, even though it's, yeah, barely any modifications. It did some pretty good scores with it. That's a good score for XTU. MX4. Oh, he has a Galax Hall of Fame. Nice. Uh, XTU. Yeah, I did 7,078. Not great. Yeah, I was only at 5,443 though. Wasn't great. There's the system. What'd you get for your 7-zip? Oh yeah. Not very efficient though. Why is yours not very efficient? Your efficiency is crap for some reason. That memory. I'm pretty sure I'm on. Yeah, my memory wasn't tuned that well. Um, Yours isn't even close to being the frequency though, too. Yeah, this is light overclock for my memory. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, my efficiency is like way up there. It being the 5.6. Yeah, MSI is annoying sometimes. On their older stuff, it's not as bad. It's their newer stuff. It's really just their newer stuff. I think there's a bunch of scores I did too that that I did as well that wasn't like 5443 3600. Nothing great. Not even great tune for RAM. Beat my Super Pi. Almost 5.8. Oh my god. Almost 5.8. Holy crap. You're cheating. Almost 1.8 volts though. 1.764 volts. Poor CPU. Poor Poor CPU. And I was at 5.535. I'm at what 1.5 it went up to. Spiked at. You barely beat my score. Barely. Damn, though, that's a lot of volts. That's a lot of volts for 12th gen. Can't believe you're able to keep it cool enough, even though it is only at one performance core. What temp did you hit? Let's see. 37? It's not bad. I mean, for that voltage, though, 37 is kind of high. But still, it's not bad. Your refresh is really good. 383 is really good for your TRFC. It's really good. Yeah, CL 40 though, terrible. That's terrible. It's not bad. This will spike. It'll catch a spike. So while you're doing this, because there's no load in that, there'll be like a weird spike. See how your core speed it's showing here, 4.6 gigahertz at 1.764. It's because there's a weird spike. It'll capture that. Even though your VRM's locked, there'll still be a spike. With no load type deal. Since you have like basically no load just by doing this, that's why you'll see that. I can see that you're at 1.46 volts. So you probably locked at 1.5, but it didn't even need the 1.5 while doing the benchmark. Because of no load though, like I'll show you on mine. Because it captured 1.524 on mine, but I locked my cores to not go any lower than what it is. So it might have spiked there, but I'm only using 1.27 volts. The max I put into the CPU is basically 1.3 volts, but it didn't even need that throughout the test. So 1.27 volts while doing the test. But then when you're on no load, the voltage will peak. You're definitely pushing it. You are definitely pushing it. And there's my setup. Here's with the GTX 1070 here. Then later on, I took it all apart, modified it, lapped the die and all that. And then it was only slight modification, just no power limit. Still did 2.2 gigahertz, so quite happy with that. Still did, which one? I didn't do all the tests. Almost 2.2 on this test. No, that was before lapping it. Where's my after lap? I don't think it was this one either. No. After lapping it, dropped the hotspot temp by like 11 degrees. It's crazy good. Yeah, 12700K is pretty good. 12900K though, oh my god, man, brutal to keep cool. Brutal to keep cool. Yeah. And because you can generally keep the medium and lower tier fairly cool. 12900K, no? No. No. Yeah, good luck trying to keep that beast cool. It was so hard to keep cool. I didn't even get all the benchmarks done with it. I did 5.6, max 5.6. Which one did I? R20. 92 degrees Celsius. Yeah, and affordable. 92 degrees Celsius. From a core temp starting at 1 degree Celsius, by the way. It was so hard to keep. The 12900K is a toasty CPU. Toasty. So toasty. Oh, I haven't done this one? Oh, yeah, I did. 8 minutes. Yeah, but that was at like what? Not. Oh. Did like no overclock on it. Oh, it was 5 gigahertz. Oh, there it is. I didn't do the RAM. CL9, 11, 11, 28. Terrible. Terrible. That's why. That's why. And I don't have one for this one yet. Will soon. He's only doing 5 gigahertz chilled water? Huh? That's it? This is on air. $24.14, 5 gigahertz. All right. I think I could beat that. Nah, they're not that bad. Not as bad as the 12. Man, the 12900K, way worse. Way worse than 1300K or 1400K. Way worse to keep cool. Way, way worse. I'm not joking. The 12900K, you just because I know the cooling you have, will not even probably be able to do like 5.4. I'm not joking. Or if you did, you'd be burning up the CPU. The benchmarking that I did with the 12900K on custom water loop, lapped, delidded, lapped the die, thermal grizzly extreme cryonaut for thermal paste for the after lapping the die and then putting it all back together, and also on the IHS, and after a good lapping on the IHS as well. I was doing it also in negative 30-degree weather, so negative 30 on the custom water loop, and it still hit 90 degrees Celsius. It is the hottest CPU I've ever benched. I've ever benched. Yeah, no. That's still like nothing. That 12900K, dude, it's fucking wild on how hot it gets. 5.6, okay, is the max I could do. 5.6. Doing nothing. This is doing nothing. It's hitting 53 degrees Celsius, it said. Okay, all right. And then the benchmark, so we'll go to R20 here. Should have my temperature. And we don't even have the R20, apparently. Yeah, 92 degrees Celsius at 5.3. 5.3 gigahertz. Wattage? I don't have the wattage. Oh, yeah, almost 400. 383, yeah. That's just R20. And that's, I could do 600. I could do 600 watts on the 13900K. I could do 600 watts and keep it cooler than 92 degrees Celsius and at not even as cold. That year, I never went as cold. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. And you'd have to delit it. You'd have to lap the die. You would have to use the best of the best thermal pastes. No. You would blow up your AIO going that cold. The coolant that's in it wouldn't be able to go past negative 10. Yep. That's Super Pi here. Super Pi. We would use 79 watts. We still hit 36 degrees Celsius at 5.4. It doesn't matter about the actual cooler. You wouldn't be able to get cold enough. You would have to replace the coolant that's in it with like something that can handle negative 50, negative 60 temp to get cold enough to even do anything with it. Like I said, I'm pretty sure you wouldn't be able to do 5.4 gigahertz with 12900K right now, with what your setup is. You could probably do 5.2 on some, and maybe 5.3 on a couple. on single core benches like SuperPi in that, you should be able to do 5.4. And then 12th gen likes a fairly good droop, but the 12900K liked a lot of droop. But my 12600K did not like as much droop. 12900K liked a lot of droop. And then the XTU2, I don't think it has, yeah, it hit 81 degrees Celsius at 5.1, by the way. That was at 5.1. And then, Nugget, what are you doing? What are you doing? Hello. Want to say hi? You do? Nugget. What's going on, Nugget? Oh, you make yourself comfortable? Yep. Oh my goodness. Yes. What can I do you for? Are you getting hungry? Yeah? You want some foods? I got you. All right. Ah, yeah. Yeah, that could be also the case too. And it also depends on motherboard to motherboard about the droop as well too, right? All right, let's get you some foods. I'll be right back. Oh. No. That's it. Wait. Wait. Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah, my 12.6K did not like as much droop either. The 12.9K liked a lot of droop. 13.9K seems to like that medium-ish droop. Yeah, I definitely do. That'd be awesome if you did get an AVX 512. It's instant good points. It is. It's really good. So hopefully that'd be awesome if you can. I'm gonna make a quick coffee. Little droop? Yeah. Yeah, I found that the 12th gen liked a lot of droop. More droop than Raptor Lake. Alder Lakes didn't like it as much. Like it liked it, sorry, it liked it more than Raptor. It sold, yeah. Yep. Anyone that's gonna want one of them is gonna buy it up pretty quick, especially if it's selling at a decent price too. If it's selling at a decent price, of course it's gonna be gone fairly quickly. Oh. They could be. They could be. They could be. The only way is to test it out. Well, that's good. Probably got a decent CPU overclock done on it. 06, you need at least 16 thread, I think it is. Because that one has all the tests. All the tests done onto it with CPU. Coffee should be ready. Give me a second. If anyone has questions, please let me know. Ah, coffee. Whoa, I'm like see-through. What's going on? Why am I see-through? Look. Or is it just my hair? I don't know why my hair is see-through. It's not a wig, I swear. Oh. It's snowing here. Nice. Nice. Doing Nugget. Was the food good? Yeah. Yeah, probably do, but I think more people are buying from custom shops here than anything. Marstar? Savage Arms makes good stuff. I don't know if you should search them up. Savage Arms. Uh, yeah, I think they do it all. I need you to move. There we go. There you go. Yep. You got mags. Oh, they are in the States as well. So, there you go. Well, there you go. Yeah. Well, they started what? Back in late 1800s, didn't they? Yep, 1894. Let's go over some comments. All right, probably gonna end the stream here. So, yeah. I think tomorrow we'll go over some of the AIBs that did CES 2026 or AIS 2026. So, yeah. Try to be on a bit earlier. Yep. Hopefully everyone here has a good one as well. Again, thank you all for joining. Yep. Yep, that's it for this one here. Again, thank you for joining. Pretty boring stream again, I know. Not much to talk about, more or less than just AI for CES, but it is what it is, I guess, there. So, thank you to all my viewers, subscribers, and donators. You guys are helping out this channel more than you know. That's it for this one here. As always, don't forget to get her done. Peace. Take her easy, man.